Yay!
Hey, hey!
All right.
All
What's
right.
happening?
What's going on, gentlemen?
Happy Father's Day, everybody.
Yeah, happy Father's
Yes,
Day.
happy Father's Day for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Halenville Live Sunday, June the 20th, Father's Day, 2021. Little after 10, couple minutes late getting started. Hope everybody is doing well. Tommy, CK, Neil, what's happening, bro?
Yeah, man. Good to be here.
Good to see you, dude.
Been waiting 2 weeks for this. I had to miss last week, so I'm happy to be back with my peeps.
Nice to
Nice.
see you, dude. Absolutely. How's things been going, man?
Good. It's hot out in LA. It's really hot. It's been over 100 degrees every day this week, so it's temperatures.
Wow.
It's a bitch, but at least it's a dry heat. You know, as they say. So I grew up in humidity, so I can deal with 100 degree temperature as long as there's no humidity. So
Yeah.
that's not bad at all. And Tony, I got to tell you too, I had just this last week, I had one of our viewers contact me about making him a Frankie strap. And his exact phrasing was, "I want the same one you gave Tony." That was exactly what he said.
Nice.
I want that one.
So I was pretty happy with that. That was cool. So
Sweet.
Very cool.
Sweet. Very nice. Yeah,
Very
man.
cool.
I did see the ad guitar.
yeah,
Man,
I posted the ad in the Neptune.
I want the ad guitar too. Yeah.
Yeah, I got those.
Yeah.
I also did the Vitas Gerolitis guitar. I haven't sold that one yet. I haven't posted that one yet.
Nice.
But I got a new guitar tech. John Westcott Guitars lives down the street from me, believe it or not. But that guy's uber famous. He's done everybody from like John Mayer. He does John Mayer, like he does everybody in LA when they come through and tour and stuff. If you go to his website, he's literally done everybody in LA's guitars. So now I got that guy in my corner, which means I've actually stepped up my quality just even a bit more. So
Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
nice.
Very cool.
Gotcha.
I have to say real quick before we start, Tony. Mike Neese, I feel where you're at, man. He said he can't lie down because he can't breathe, and then he'll start to have a panic attack. So he's leaning on pillows on the kitchen table, and he's seeing the doctor tomorrow. I've been there many times, dude, and I know how horrible that is. So, man, all the best. I hope you feel better, man, because that's the worst. I hope maybe we can distract you a little bit.
Yeah, Mike needs to feel better, dude.
Yeah,
that sucks.
Yeah. Mike's out there. Sandra is out there. Hey, Sandra.
Hey, Sandra.
Browns fan in the house. Oh, let's see.
Saw Laz out there.
Yeah, I saw Laz. Mr. Christopher Sawa. Keith Campbell. Nice to see you.
Nice.
I think we should give a special, like anybody who's actually tuning in live, because I bet you the show gets a lot more viewers during the week after it's posted. But for the people that are actually tuning in to watch us right now live at night on Father's Day, props to you guys, man. You guys are diehards. So I applaud anybody that's actually paying attention to us right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Lenny Lou just popped in.
Hey, Lenny Lou.
How's it going, Lenny Lou?
Nice to see you and Mary.
And Mary.
In the house.
Yeah, we do got some people. Kick ass.
Yeah, they'll be rolling in. Thanks for watching. And those of you watching on replay, thanks for watching. Coolness. We're going to pick our top track off of every Van Halen album tonight here. And I think our lists will surprise you.
Yes, they will.
I think so too.
We'll see. We'll see what we like. Give us your songs in the chat.
Yeah,
please, guys. We're gonna start at Van Halen 1 and go around the horn and go album to album, and we all have a favorite song off of each album, or two.
Yeah. We should point out, too, that not only are we going to give our favorite songs off each track, but everybody's going to kind of get an honorable mention in there. We're going to slide another one in there.
Yeah, there'll be
Yeah. So the people in the chat and everything, make sure that you hopefully we'll connect on some of yours. We'd love to hear what people think, too.
Yeah.
If we're way off base, let us know.
That too, yeah.
Let's get a couple of little things out of the way so we can concentrate on this list. I was going to unbox this earlier, but Mr. Tom, I finally got this.
Oh, nice.
So with these two and the Jackson and the new one, I only needed 4.
Nice.
But I got the 4-pack of the Hex Hider.
Sweet.
Use mine all the time. Yep.
So now I don't have to hunt stuff down. It's right there. I'm gonna unbox this little thing. I can't wear it, but I know what it is, and you'll understand why I can't wear it after I open it. But it is a Van Halen beanie.
Oh, cool.
That's awesome. A skull cap.
Nice.
That's so gangster of you.
And all of our homies north of the border, a toque.
Yeah, toque. You're right. Yeah.
God, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Did you get that from the Van Halen site?
No.
That's kick ass, man.
I don't know who, but I like the logo and compared to the rest of them that I see. So
yeah, that's cool.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Good stuff,
Very
man.
cool. Very cool.
Yeah. But that's it for unboxings. I do have something else, but getting Van Halen stuff, so we'll save it for another show and another day. Yeah. Yeah, all right. So let's get this thing.
Lenny Lou thought it was going to be a VH bra. Hence why she thought you couldn't wear it.
I do have next week I'll have a really cool unboxing. Really cool.
Nice.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah. So, all right, let's get this party started. All right. So we have compiled our list in this past week, and I had to ponder over a couple of them simply because I wanted to keep it real. These are the songs that I've always really loved, for whatever reason. But my list is as real as I could make it. Like it, not like it, you know. But yeah, so we're gonna start with Tom, and then go to Neil, and then go to CK, and then I'll be last. Van Halen 1, Mr.
All right.
Tom, what you got?
So I will give you my process. Basically, I went through knowing that the first albums were going to be the hardest for me, so I went through backwards. So I ended up at Van Halen 1 at the very end. I went through today and basically pretty much spent most of my day skipping through every single track on all 14 albums just to make sure I didn't miss something and go, you know what? I think I like that more than I thought. So this is my list, and all the ones I'm going to give tonight are my list as of today. This might change tomorrow, but as of today, listening back to Van Halen 1, to me, it was still my favorite is still I'm the One.
All right.
I don't know, just the riff, man, the groove, you know, the swing, the triplet swing in the beginning. And if I have to pick a backup for me, it's Atomic Punk, because when I heard that for the first time, is the first time I heard an effect used not in a way like you'd hear a wah used, where it's like, oh yeah, that's a wah. It's the first time I ever heard someone use an effect like that, where you're like, wow, what is he doing? Like the swishing sound with his hand at the beginning. I'm like, and then when you realize what it is, you're like, wow, that's genius. So that would be my backup, if you will, or my honorable mention.
I gotcha. Nice.
Yeah, good song choice. I want to just second your opinion on the one. That wasn't my song selection, but it's hard to pick one off of this album. But like when we were talking about, you know, Charles and I got into a discussion when we were ranking our solos. The thing about that song is it's just nonstop guitar action. It's such a showcase piece for guitarists, nonstop. Yeah. I mean, it's there's not a moment to rest in that song as a player. So yeah, killer song choice.
Nice. All right, Neil.
All right, so let me just let me preface the way as we go forward tonight. You know, for the listeners out there, I have a tendency to kind of think outside the box a little bit. I tried to shy away from the obvious ones in the radio hits and things like that, not because I don't like them, but because I figured somebody else would pick them and talk about them. So this gives me a chance to talk about more Van Halen songs. So that was kind of my thinking. But I wrote down some pretty extensive notes for just about every song I took.
Right.
Van Halen 1 might have been, like Tom said, might have been one of the toughest albums to kind of pick. So I got to read off my notes here. The song that I ended up settling on tonight for this show was, believe it or not, Feel Your Love Tonight.
That's my third pick.
Really? Cool.
I couldn't choose almost. Sorry, go ahead.
I know. No. Yeah, you can't go wrong with it. So I just tried to think, like, what would be a song that very few people would have picked as their favorite. And I went with that because and there's reasons why I picked it. It's not, I didn't just try to be difficult and pick something else. This song, first of all, I love the swagger and the swing of this track. You know, I'm reading off my notes right now. It's a groover more than a straight rocker. And as you'll see, as we go album by album, a lot of my songs have a similar tempo, a similar kind of swing pattern, like there's a strut and a swagger to it. That's not necessarily just playing as fast as you can play kind of thing. Right. It's got a really, it's got like the iconic perfect guitar structure for a song. It's got an opening guitar riff, then the band kicks in, then there's Dave's horny lyrics, then there's a breakdown for the guitar riff again. Then later on they come back and there's a breakdown just for vocals and all this stuff. I always had this weird connection to the song, but because of this one particular formula, This song, because of the way it's structured, I could play it and sing it at the same time. Because in the verses, Eddie basically plays the chord and holds it, and then Dave sings the verse. Yeah, and then the guitar part kicks back in after he's done singing. So this was the only Van Halen song that I could play and sing by myself. So I always had kind of a soft spot for this, even just playing this on the acoustic guitar in the bedroom kind of thing.
Oh yeah,
there was, this was one. So that was probably this song just had something about it that just made me go like, the riff, the everything, the structure. I loved this. Any comments you want to say before, or otherwise I'll just go to my
just the A to the D. He does those triads, the 1 to the 4, and you can sing right over that line. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect.
So cool. Now my honorable mention, and again, like I said, it's almost impossible picking songs off this album to single one out. But I would say my honorable mention, and I had a hard time picking this because I didn't want to pick one that wasn't written by Van Halen. But I had to go with Ice Cream Man. And here was the one particular reason why. And I thought long and hard about this. If there was somebody that had never heard Van Halen before and I wanted to get them into Van Halen, and I had to pick one song only that I thought would kind of get them into it to make them explore the rest of the band, this is the song I would pick. Ice Cream Man is the song I would pick to a non-fan and say, listen to this. If you don't like this, there's something wrong with you. So, that's
the solo on that song to me is perfect.
God.
That is the first Van Halen solo I ever tried to learn, and I wasn't able to learn it when I tried to learn it at first. But it's perfect, every note, and just the way. To me, the shred part of it is not the most impressive. To me, it was when I was probably 16, but now the most impressive part to me is that part in the middle where he grooves and he's just playing pentatonic. But he grooves on it so hard, and the way he hits the second or the ninth in one part of the solo, instead of hitting the third, he hits the second, and it really stands out.
There was something. It took me a long time to figure out, and I think this is way back in my younger day, like when I was just learning the guitar and trying to study theory and trying to there was something about that. It took me a long time to realize his classical piano training carries over into all his, he's not just playing scales. Like there's something only a classical pianist would know to play some of the notes he plays for some of the stuff he does.
Right. Well, he's playing
once
melody.
You understand that, then you hear it in everything he does.
Oh yeah.
So, but those are my two.
Yeah. That's cool. Nice. Good choices, man.
Yeah.
CK.
Yeah. What do you got?
All right. This is a tough record. There's so many great songs on it, and I wanted to stay away from the radio tracks, the obvious, Running with the Devil, Eruption, Ain't Talking About Love. I was definitely going that way. But Tom, today I was very much on I'm the One because everybody hypes it so much on this channel. So I listened to it a lot, but I didn't go with that. I went with Atomic Punk. I went with my heart. That's my favorite from being a kid. Like Tom said in the beginning, when it opens up, you're wondering if he's using sandpaper. Like, what is he doing there?
Right.
I still don't know what he does to this day. So I went Atomic Punk. I like when Van Halen is hard, heavy, dark, punk, and street.
Yep.
And it has all that in it. Much like Mean Street Later, but we'll get to that. But
we'll get to that. We'll get to those.
I like that metally, heavy, dirty street Van Halen more than any other Van Halen because there's all kinds of flavors on the first record. They do it all. So that's where I went. And my follow-up, as I went through the album, I said, well, what's a good match for that song? What's another song that's kind of like that? Not quite. So I went with On Fire.
Sure.
I like when he does that that thing.
Yeah.
I don't know how to make the sound. You know the sound, Neil, that he does?
Yeah.
You know the sound?
I think
and then it goes into the riff.
Yeah.
He's
basically
tour with that.
With that song? I don't know.
Tony?
What now?
Didn't they open with On Fire on 1984?
No, in 81 they did.
81, fair warning. Okay.
Yeah.
Even better.
Yeah. That was the opener.
Yeah, those are cool. I
in
think
the old days too.
Yeah, I think we're seeing where CK is coming from with his list now. I can't wait to hear some of the rest of these songs you pick.
That's why. That's where I lean with Van Halen. Sorry,
awesome.
That's the metal. That's the metal in me.
No, that makes perfect sense. You'll see. Like I have a formula too. As we go on, you'll kind of sense a lot of similarities.
I hope it's not that predictable, but maybe it is. I guess you'll see as it rolls out. But
well, my list really was not based on what I thought somebody else might say or radio hits or non-radio hits. Mine was where I was in my brain and how much I liked it when I heard it first. You know, and so I wanted to be true to what these songs mean to me really, and not just to make for entertainment. This is as honest about these songs as I can be. But my number one, and probably one of the best Van Halen songs of all time, is Atomic Punk. I mean, it never gets old. I loved it in the 9th grade. I love it now. And my honorable mention, I like all the songs off the album. There's not a skip on it. But I would say just the good time vibe of the song, you know, the whole band is Feel Your Love Tonight.
Nice.
When you said the good time vibe, I knew you were going to say that song.
That is, I mean, I almost, my honorable mention was almost,
On Fire, Little Dreamer.
I'm gonna stick it. I'm gonna stick right there.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I love all the songs off of Van Halen 1. But
yeah.
Yeah. There's no bad songs.
In my book, it is king. You know, I love Ice Cream Man.
Yep.
Little Dream. All of them.
It's an impossible record to choose, and no matter what you choose today, ask me, you know, a week from now.
Sure.
My answers would be different.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I don't think it's any surprise or stretch of the imagination to say that if we had 4 other people on this podcast, there'd be 4 other songs. Like, I mean, there's a flavor for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was getting down into the weeds of Van Halen. Understand, Neil, I like every song on the record. There's not a bad song on the record.
Yeah, me too.
They're all great in their own way, but they all have slightly different vibes, you know?
Yeah. And I think as we go forward, like my list is going to be like a little bit about what Tony just said. Like my list is going to be, there's probably one specific memory I have of the song that might be why I put it where I put it. You know, it might be like when I first heard it, or maybe it reminds me of a girl, or maybe it reminds me of a car or something. You know, there's going to be one thing that makes every single song stand out to me.
Atomic Punk is definitely that for me, because my first copy of Van Halen 1 was a bootleg cassette off someone's record.
Nice.
And so all of it was pretty mind-blowing, but when I got deep into side 2 and I heard what is that called, phasing? What is he even doing there? You guys know the technical terms of what he's doing on the intro to Atomic Punk.
Atomic Punk?
Oh, yeah.
Phaser,
well, he's palming along the strings. But he's also got, he's also using like his phaser or something. So, or his flanger.
I'd never heard, that's like, I didn't grow up in the late 60s. So
he's taking his and going like this over the.
Yeah.
I never heard anything like that in my life.
If you listen real closely, that just. And then when you put the phaser on, it gives it that whoosh.
Yeah.
Hold that guitar up, Tommy. The green screen makes it look striped.
Oh my God, yeah. That is awesome.
Hold it closer.
Oh my God, that is awesome.
Well, the reason it's not getting it all is because it's green sparkle. That's why it's.
That is so cool.
Look, you can see the pattern in it too. There's like a tattoo pattern in the finish. Nice. But that's what you have to pick here. This will probably work better that way.
Oh, that is awesome. It disappears.
The headstock too, yeah. Oh, now you can see the sparkle more than the actual.
You know what it looks like? It reminds me of the movie Predator, when like Predator was like kind of invisible in the camouflage.
That's what it is. It's like a heavy, almost like an ocean turquoise sparkle. Yeah. So it's picking it up. That's funny.
That's awesome.
You writing these down, CK?
Yes.
But yeah, CK, he's just using a Phase 90.
Yeah.
Not this one, but you know, old script logo. But I'm not paying $400 for one though.
Yeah, no.
Neil, what was your runner-up?
Ice Cream Man. I can email you my list when we're done. I mean, so to give you less work to do while we're doing the show, it's up to you.
Okay.
Whatever works for you, man.
You have it all written down?
Oh yeah. I've got about 10 different lists. I kept changing it, like Tom.
All right.
Tony, what was your second after Atomic Punk?
Feel Your Love Tonight.
Feel Your Love Tonight. All right. Let's go to Van Halen 2.
Oh, this is a tough one. See, I always love Somebody Give Me a Doctor, but when I went back and listened, I remembered how much I love the song Out of Love Again.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Just the part where he hits the same note, but he's hitting it with artificial harmonics in the beginning part of the solo. I've never been able to nail that. And I've even watched Eddie live struggle to nail it because it's just, you have to hit it perfectly to get those pitches. I think he hits like an A and then a C sharp and then he hits, I think he's going up the triad, A, C sharp, E or something, something like that. But that part of it just to me is just insane. And just, I don't know, the groove to that song feels like you almost can't feel the one, like it's like the bottom's almost dropping out from under you. I feel like you're falling down the steps, but you somehow land on your feet with that song. You know what I mean? Like that's the vibe I get. So I don't know other what to say other than that. To me, I kind of listen, and I'm not really good, I guess, at articulating individual parts as much, but the overall vibe and just the groove to it, you know, and that part of the solo, you know, I love that. Just although it seems like a simple part, it to me is, you know, in the same way the harmonics he does in the song Right Now, right before the solo. In the same way where he's hitting the same note, but he's hitting different artificial harmonics on that note. And it's funny to see that much later in his career, he used the exact same technique in a totally different way. But I always loved that about that song. For me, my near miss second is Light Up the Sky.
Nice.
Just because the beginning when he just climbs with that, you know, he's just playing in fifths. And he just climbs the whole way up in you know, in half steps. I just love that, you know. And and it's just Alex is just grooving so hard on that one, you know. I remember I had a girlfriend in high school, and she's like, "This is like too hard, like too heavy." I'm like, "No, it's good." Anyway, that would be my fix.
I would say like the last minute of that song, from the breakdown drum solo to the riff outro. I think that's one of the hardest rocking minute of music ever.
Oh my gosh.
Yep. Oh, it's so great. It's so great.
And then it's like light 'em up. It's like it's like the whole thing blows up at the end, you know?
Yeah.
That's why that was almost my number one. But that Out of Love thing to me is I've never been able to get that. So to me, the elusiveness is why
Sure.
I picked that.
Yeah.
So
Awesome.
All
All right.
Neil.
All right. So I'm going to go. So again, I struggle with this album almost as much as Van Halen 1 because there's such a breadth of material in this that I went with. But I found specific reasons to choose the songs I did. My number one song off this album, my favorite song off Van Halen 2 is Dead or Alive, DOA. And I went with that. For a couple of reasons. First of all, the first thing that grabs me was the riff. I always love the riff to this song. It's the dirty tone, the guitar sound on this song in particular, not just the entire album, but that probably is the most indicative of the Eddie Brown sound, at least in my opinion. This is like the tone. If somebody asked me to describe Eddie's Brown sound, because it evolved over time. Everybody knows that. It didn't sound the same on album to album. But this would be the song that I would play them. I'd say, like, that's the tone I want. So I would go with that. But surprisingly, the thing that jumped out at me at this song was this is the first time I really started to pay attention to Dave as a lyricist. And it started to, instead of just sounding like frat boy party rock music that was just a guy trying to woo the girls, there was a story in this that I found was really interesting. Now, I grew up in a household. My dad was like I grew up in a household with Bob Dylan, Tom Petty, Bruce Springsteen, like storytellers. And those were the songs that I was, absorbed through osmosis as a kid. And they were all storytellers and lots of stories about restless youth or, the juvenile delinquents and the troubles of like trying to escape from your thing. That was just, those stories were ingrained in me. And this song, all of a sudden, like Dave wrote stories like this. It was like this. It made me. There was this anger and youth and wanting to get away and wanting to just like, blow things up and be a juvenile in all the hard rock music and sound that I love. So I had the band had the sound that I loved the most, and then he was telling a story about somebody else, third person kind of thing that I was like, wow, okay, I get that. I relate to that. These are the songs I knew. So I started to feel like Dave kind of came into his own as a lyricist with this song. So that would be my choice. The second, my close second would be Beautiful Girls. And I went with that one. This, Tom, we kind of talked about this a little bit. This is a song that I think really, really incorporates really well Eddie and Alex's classical training. There's like they take their jazzy tempo or their swing kind of like rhythms and classical rhythm and put it in like a classic hard rock song. But if you really listen to it, the musicianship is unlike anything else that was being played in the 70s. I mean, these guys, you can tell that these guys were well-trained musicians. There's just a strut to this song that they play it. And then I also thought it was, again, kind of capitalizing on now I was starting to pay attention to lyrics and stuff like that. There was also like, I kind of noticed Dave was a little bit more than he showed on the first album. He's got kind of a Cab Calloway kind of like this scat doo-ba-doo-doo-wop kind of stuff, which he would show later on, especially in the solo work. But, the line I wrote down, what a snappy little mammy gonna keep her pappy happy. Like those type of stuff in like a late 70s hard rock song. Like this band was so much more than the superficial that they showed. Yeah. I really thought they were a lot deeper than I thought, and I started to pay attention to this. So that one, and then finally, lastly, the footnote, the cherry on the sundae is, if I was a female stripper, this is the song I would pick. So there you go. So yeah, Dead or Alive and Beautiful Girls. Those are my two.
Nice.
That's good.
All right. UCK. Van Halen 2.
Mine's a combination of Tom's and Neil's.
Cool.
I wanted to go with Somebody Get Me a Doctor. Like you, Tom, when I've revisited the record today, that was always my track, even though DOA is my track. That's my number one. Same with Neil.
Nice.
But for my second choice, I went with Light Up the Sky because I couldn't deny the power of it. So
yeah. Oh, man.
I went DOA 1, Light Up the Sky 2. So a combo of both of yours. But I still love Somebody Get Me a Doctor so much. I mean, I love the whole album. I love Van Halen too.
The unison bends on DOA, they're just perfect. Like it almost sounds like the guitar's crying,
Yeah.
I love that part.
I like the metallic part where he goes down.
Yep.
That chugga thing he does right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
I love that riff. And like you, Neil, I was captivated by the lyrics too. On the Van Halen one, I was more captivated by the music and the sounds of his voice, not necessarily what he was singing about.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I
on
think
this
that's
record,
accurate.
like you said, it was kind of like a story, you know, from the perspective of a storyteller. So I was actually listening to the lyrics on a Van Halen record, which I wasn't on the first record as much.
Yeah, I agree. I think that you summed it up perfectly. Yeah, like his melody lines on the first album and his phrasing was great. I don't think I paid attention to what he said. Yeah,
not necessarily what he was saying.
Yeah.
But this is where this record, he comes into himself as a lyricist. And like you said, he starts to inject himself much more into the songs now.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I mean, in the simplest of terms, the best way I can put it, I think they were a deeper band than I think they were given credit for at the time. You know, I think that there was a lot more. Like, I think if you were to take a poll of the you know, the radio DJs playing their stuff in like 78 and 79 and stuff, I don't think many people knew that these guys were classically trained, you know, musicians. And I don't think they trusted Dave as like a deep lyricist with like this Broadway kind of sensibility about him.
Well, the thing is too, he's using, like you said, Cab Calloway lyrics, and then the next part after that, the bum bum bum, dun, dun, dun. They're not just doing 1-4-5; they're throwing in diatonic progressions in hard rock tunes.
Yes,
you know, most of the people in the '70s doing that was like on the AM station. You know,
yeah,
and it was not hard. It was not hard at all. I mean, it's easy to do that in a mellow tune, but to throw in those kind of changes in a harder song is not easy to do. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And Neil, I don't think Dave, like you said, when he was current, I don't think he was considered a lyricist. But I think now, with 2021 vision, looking back, I think he gets more credit for his wordsmithness, if that's even a word, now than he was then. I think he's considered a better lyricist than people gave him credit for back then.
I think you're totally right. I think that there was probably a tendency of his to dumb down the lyrics, knowing what the audience wanted to hear. And I think that was, you know, I think a lot of songwriters are guilty of that to a certain degree. But I think he knew what his strengths were. He probably had a ton of people telling him, you know what, just woo the ladies, scream, yowl, and, you know, be sexy. And so I think maybe he wasn't given the opportunity to kind of write poetry so much. They wanted everything to sound like, you know, a dog wearing sunglasses driving a Camaro. So that kind of thing. So, yeah.
Right. All right, it's on me.
All right, your turn, man.
All right, Van Halen 2. We're going to go to the very last track on the record.
Oh.
Yeah, Beautiful Girls.
Beautiful Girls.
Beautiful Girls. Yep. So many memories of that album at the beach, looking at the bikinis. Oh, gosh.
Tony, do you remember when Saturday Night Live spoofed that song with Chris Farley?
And Adam Sandler.
Yeah.
That was good.
I love that song.
Wait, Ben Tom, do you remember the ad that they were doing for that?
Do you
remember Do you remember the name of the beer?
Yeah, it was Schmidt's Gay.
Yes, it was.
They come out and they go,
Schmidt's Gay.
They come out and they go, thank you.
Yeah, so
all
clever.
these like oiled up, like super muscular guys.
Yeah, so clever.
Yeah. Was I know it was Chris Farley. Was it Adam Sandler or who was with him?
Yeah, it was Chris Farley and Adam Sandler.
I got to go watch that again. Yeah, that's immediately what I thought of today. But anyway, Tony, I don't mean to take over.
Yeah, sorry.
Beautiful Girls. That's the best track on the album.
Love it.
The one I've loved all my life. Van Halen 2 was the first album I ever got. But right behind it, a strong second, and I mean a strong second, is Somebody Get Me a Doctor.
Nice. I'm glad someone mentioned it.
Somebody picked it.
I love that song.
I was just playing that
I
today.
couldn't put it on my list.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That riff
Love
is
it.
insane.
Yeah.
Well, the rolling when he just plays that that C triad and rolls it up and then does the tremolo picking.
Such a cool there's something. I mean, even seeing live performances of that, it just
live of that is killer.
Yeah. Yeah,
Killer.
I would dare to say seeing them perform it live has a better energy than the album version, and that's saying
oh,
something
yeah.
because that album rocks.
It does.
Oh, and the live one, sometimes he plays it so fast. I'm like, dude, I can't play it that fast.
Yeah, yeah.
Because the syncopation, and in the solo when he syncopates, when he goes, you know, that's the best part. And then he plays the inside part of that, the major triad. Oh, it's so great. Oh, it's great.
He climbs on it.
Yeah, it's so great.
I think, Neil, that dates back to the original demo. I think that was a song that was held off the first record.
I think it was an early one.
Yeah, it was an early one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me mention that these first 3 albums with me in my list are absolute no-brainers. I took a minute on a couple of the other albums, but VanHalen 1, VanHalen 2, Women, Children First are, for me, are no-brainers. So,
actually, I would say, yeah. I think with me, I actually see what you're saying there. Like with me, with Van Halen 1, it probably changes over time depending on where I'm at in my life. You know, that my favorite song off that might change a lot. On Van Halen 2, it's been pretty consistent. Those 2 songs, DOA and Beautiful Girls, are always going to top my list no matter what.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, those songs are just, that's the first album I ever got.
That's awesome. That's cool by itself.
And those songs they are in me. I mean, they are a part of me, and they'll always be at the top of my list, no matter what. You know?
Awesome.
I mean,
that's why it's killing me that I don't have somebody get me a doctor.
Yeah. Oh gosh. I mean, that
hurts.
I mean,
I feel like you left the kid out of the will or something, you know?
That's actually really good. That's good. That's a great analogy.
Really paining me that's not on my table.
Hey, I'm feeling the same way about a lot of tracks right now.
Yeah, there's some records where 2 is just not enough.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the downside. I really thought there was going to be like a 6 or 8 panel list, you know, 8 people on the show tonight. I was like, we'll get to talk about all of them.
Well, our next record, this guy down here.
All righty.
That's Tom's favorite.
This guy down here is Women, Children First is his record. So I've been waiting on this moment for a week now.
Hey, Tom, if it's your top record, doesn't it make it difficult to choose 2 off of it? Because you
makes it near impossible.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tom. Here's the good news. After, when we all get a chance to go, you can jump in and give your comments about our songs too. So you'll get to talk about all of them.
I'm pretty sure I've got one no one has. So hopefully Tom can give his 2.
All right, let's see. I want to know though if Tony can guess my first one.
Well, let me just say
you get
this.
To guess your first?
My 2 off of this one, and you guys are going to go first though. My 2 are going to shock you.
Here, let's do this. How about this? Why don't we start with Neil and go Neil, CK, Tony. Let me go last because it's my favorite. But I will put my 2 in the private chat before, so there's no funny business. What do you think?
So no cheating?
Yeah.
We can do that.
Yeah. Let Neil go.
Is that fair?
That's cool.
That's cool.
All right.
So I'm going to go first. So this one was tough.
Let me put these in real quick. I'm sorry. Just so you guys trust me. That's my number 1.
I'm not really worried about you cheating. So
no. I was hoping you weren't, but there you go. There's my number 1 and my backup.
Interesting, Tom.
Wait, hold on. I want to take a peek at this. Funny.
Me and Tom think alike sometimes.
Okay, so I'm going to name a couple, and this was, wow, I feel like redundant saying this, but it was tough. Obviously, there's a lot of them. I guess, yeah. The one I'm going to choose is my number one, which usually this list rotates a lot. This list changes a lot, but I think my favorite on this one is probably "Take Your Whiskey Home."
Wow.
And there was something interesting about that. It was like, I always kind of thought this was like the bastard child of Ice Cream Man, or like an alternate universe, like a multiverse version of Ice Cream Man or something, but a darker spin. But it's just a great bluesy track. It's a great, it's just got this swagger to it and a swing to it that I've really started to appreciate with a lot of my song choices going forward on all their albums. Aren't the like 120 RPMs kind of songs or BPMs kind of songs. You know, there's songs that have like an attitude and songs that have like a strut to it. And so this one I usually fall on, and it's just got that combination, you know, something about the acoustic and then going into a hard rock kind of stuff. You know, I just dig this song. I always dig this song. I like the darker spin on just a blues kind of riff. The second one, and this was a really tough toss. Also, I really want to quick kind of throw in there the fact that, Tom, you're familiar with Growth, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't know how many people out there are familiar with the fact that the last 30 seconds of In a Simple Rhyme is actually a separate song. Yeah. So there's a song called Growth, which is like just a 25-second something. Yeah. I thought that was cool. I like wanted more. I was like, oh my God, finish that song.
Yeah.
But what were you going to say, Tom?
I was going to say I call Growth the intro to Ain't Talking About Love Live.
Oh, cool.
Oh, yeah.
That's very cool. Nice. Okay, now my near miss, my honorable mention track for this, it was a toss-up, but I'm going with Fools. I like Fools. It was very close. It was narrowly going to be Loss of Control, but I'm going to go with Fools because it's kind of got that classic strut that I like. You know, it's, again, a tempo thing with me that made me like when I was a kid and I wanted to play and everything like that, the timing of it is something I could tap my foot and groove to. And that song had it. So those are mine.
That was my one that I slightly edged out. I love that tune.
Nice.
Oh, it's so good. And his playing in that tune is just bananas.
Yeah.
And it doesn't stop. It just keeps going for like, what is it, almost 6 minutes, I think.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah. It's a good
cool.
That album, we call that album the Bent Tom album. That's
nice.
You know,
I can't wait to hear Tom's list.
That is his baby. Yeah. Nice. The whole album though, awesome album. But yeah, again, my two are gonna be no-brainers. But yeah, I love your picks, Neil. Those are
cool. CK, what do you got, man?
Well, mine from being a kid has changed. I first had it on cassette. So is that okay that over the years your favorite can change?
Of course.
I'm not being loyal to my original self. I'm going with Romeo's Delight as track 1.
Nice.
Wasn't my favorite as a kid. Also loved, it was real hard for me not to pick In a Simple Rhyme. It was really hard. My second choice, Fools.
Yeah.
Romeo's Delight is tough not to like when you see Ed.
It's a great tune.
March out there to start that show in 82 on that tour.
Maybe that it may be that from seeing them live, they've sold it to me. Maybe that memory is overriding my memory as a kid. Because on the record, when I had it as a kid, I liked it. I didn't dislike it. It just wasn't my favorite. So it could be that live performance is creeping.
Yeah, sure.
That happened. That happened with me.
Live a lot.
Yeah,
that happened with me in the later years. Like I think my like upon thousands of viewings of Live Without a Net, that kind of colored my opinion of certain songs on that. Yeah, so I totally agree with you. Yeah,
so
that happened
live
with
version can filter and change your opinion of a song.
That happened with me after I saw a bunch of the live ones of him doing "I'll Wait" live, and then I started loving that tune.
Nice.
You know?
Yeah.
I always liked the fact that I liked the song more and more when I kept hearing Dave say, "I forgot the fucking words."
That's part of the charm of that song.
Yeah.
Hey, I like it more now.
That's in me subconsciously. I hear Dave saying that, and that's part of the deal.
But there on that last tour, he remembered the words.
Oh, that's funny.
Yoga selected life for sure. Tell us how you do.
And Fools because of the riff.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah.
My teachers all gave up on me. You know?
Yeah.
The way his riffs come in, it's like another vocal almost.
Doesn't he say it's the final bell for pushing brooms?
It's the final bell for pushing. Yeah. Damned if I do and I
So good. Oh, God. It's so good.
All
right, Tony, you're up.
All right. So I should make us all sing this song, the chorus together in unison. And I still might.
Or could this be love?
This is my favorite song off of this record, as is Sandra's favorite song. Sandra,
I already know what it is. I know what Sandra's is.
I have to learn that one. I don't know.
All right. All together now. Who wants to start? Oh, I'll start it.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, this could this be magic?
Be magic.
Or could this be
love? Could this be
tragic? You know
that magic often
does.
Everybody.
And I see
lonely
ship
upon the
water. Let us save the women and children first.
We're all bad with timing right now.
I don't think that our streams are syncing here.
Yeah. Because I feel like our timing is all off.
Yeah. But that's my
we should
favorite
just
song.
lip sync that.
I know.
Yeah, and he said he was actually reading a chart for that song.
And
oh, really?
He was reading a chart, yeah.
So
four on the floor.
me being such a fan of the acoustic guitar, my honorable mention here is naturally Take Your Whiskey Home.
Nice.
Very cool.
So my two faves on this record are the acoustic songs.
Which Edward rarely did, only on.
Well, Take Your Whiskeys. Yeah. I guess it's.
And didn't Take Your Whiskey Home? Isn't that also dated on the early demos? Isn't that one they pulled out of the closet?
Yeah. It's an older one. Yeah.
Is Take Your Whiskey Home considered a half acoustic song?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. But that acoustic part and the vocals, that is badass.
Oh, yeah. God, yeah.
100%.
That is badass. Oh, my baby, she don't want me around. She will fall down. Oh, hell yeah. That's total badass.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like that bottle better than the rest. Yeah, I mean, those are like jazz horns.
Yeah,
right there when he goes.
All right, Tom, hit us with yours.
All All right. So for me,
It's your album.
I think me and CK probably see it the most similar. Number one for me is Romeo Delight. Just the live thing did it for me when he's doing that and he's standing up and then and he's standing there and all of a sudden he goes into the bum, 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 just the ferocity and when he hits that low E and then he hits and he just does the double stuff. I don't know. It just the guitar part to me is not like written like a lot of straight chugging riffs to me. It's the way it has that sparseness and it fills in the right areas just perfectly is kind of, I think, what I love so much about Van Halen. It's like, instead of just playing straight through on every song, it's almost like he's painting with a brush in certain areas where it needs to be filled in, and just the way he rolls in with the volume. And
that is so cool.
Yeah. And the solo to me just fits perfectly. I just love it. And it to me goes to show the solo doesn't have to be super technically complex, but it melodically fits the song perfectly, and just even the way that he climbs up and plays the same kind of riff, just, up a whole step, brings it up the scale, and then he hits the harmonics. It's perfect.
Yeah.
I just love everything about that song. Backup for me would be In a Simple Rhyme. I love that it's, in that period in their career, at least, it seemed like it was almost in the same vein as something like Women in Love, that came before it. I think it had that same kind of vibe where it was like doing a different thing. There's a clean sound on it, but
I think,
not only
let me say
sound,
this, I think that song has a diver down vibe to it.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Yeah.
But I just love the way it's kind of, it seems more constructed. It doesn't seem like a jammed riff. It seems like more of a constructed instrumental kind of piece that was, put into a song versus just a riff that was come up, with, to me, it sounded more like something like sitting on a couch and noodling versus standing up and jamming with Alex kind of riff. You know what I mean? Like, it's, it seemed like it was more one of those, like it was a performance piece as versus a jam kind of thing. So that's why I love that song as well. But so that would be kind of my backup or my number two.
Yeah. All right.
It killed me not to put In a Simple Rhyme on my list, because as a kid, that was my favorite song.
That was my favorite song on the record as a kid too. Yeah. I'm just like you, CK, though. And then the more I listen to Romeo Delight, I love it.
No, that was the one I was going to pick. These earlier records, I wanted more than two, obviously.
I know, right?
Well, you can't go wrong with those songs. I mean, In a Simple Rhyme kind of sounds like Secrets off Diver Down.
Yeah, it's another great song.
And it's got more of that Dave vibe where he just kind of goes off in his own way. But yeah, it great song though. I mean, that would have probably been my next pick.
Yeah, same here.
Probably been my next pick. Yeah. So, all right, Tommy, we'll keep the same order, and you're going to kick us off with Fair Warning.
This one's a monster, Tommy.
I have so many favorites. I mean, it's almost impossible.
This one's really hard.
So I could give two answers. I'm going to go with my gut and say that my favorite song when I first heard this album, and I'm just going to get it out of the way in case anyone else went with more obscure ones. And I'm going to say first track right off the album, Mean Street, for me, because what the hell is he doing at the beginning when you don't have access to the internet? You don't have access to anything, and you just hear it coming out of the speakers when you're like a teenager, and you go, what in the hell? And then even when you see him live and he's going on the neck, and you're like, that doesn't make that sound when I try to do that. And then when he just comes in with that, it's just so dirty. Like, it's like, oh man, like, oh, I don't know. It's like, oh, that was it for me. I mean, I was done. That was one of the first Van Halen songs I think I ever heard, actually.
Same here.
And
I
it
heard
was
it
just
on a boombox on a cassette.
I mean, just insane. Like, I just fell apart. I'm like, okay, that happened.
Yeah.
The other song that I always loved, and I think it was also because of I don't know, it's just like it had this, like, it reminded me of the summer, reminded me of like hanging out with my friends. My like, you know, honorable mention, I guess, would be Hear About It Later. I always loved, you know, it was like, you know, the time in the show when they raised that big thing probably was 300 degrees of light bulbs. They were probably burning their flesh on stage, you know, and the big VH symbol. And just that intro part, I mean, you know, it's just, you know, simple triad with a suspension, but the way he phrased it and the way he used the open strings, just, oh man. And he, the voicing that's like basically an open C chord shape, but it's a D triad, but he uses that open string with it. It's just, you know, doubles the low note. It's just brilliant. I mean, it's not tough to physically do, but if you go, wow, that's brilliant. It's like a chess play. Like, moving a piece up 2 spaces is not difficult. Knowing to move it up 2 spaces is the difficult thing. So that's my analogy. Is that wasn't difficult to finger, but knowing where to put that, man, it's just brilliant. I just love, and the breakdown, or not the breakdown, but the part that leads to the chorus, I guess, or the pre-chorus, is not something like you're talking about Neil, the piano training earlier. That's not something that someone who only started on guitar and played no other instruments would know to do.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, because there's a lot of chromatic movement, and he plays, he throws a flat, he starts a chord off of a flat third at one point, and that's not something that someone who's not classically or jazz trained or both would do.
Yeah,
so you can see that he had the classical training and the jazz.
Bending way, man. It hurt. It kills your hand in order to play that intro.
Oh,
you're bending.
Yeah.
He's
doing that with his ear. You know, you can tell. You're exactly right, Tony. He's doing all that with his ear, and he's going, "Oh, I got to fit it here." Well, that's cool because I have crazy big finger stretches in my hands. So
I can do it.
Yeah. Those big lights, Tommy, in the in the video, that actually just came down at the end. So
that's only the videos that way.
They just added that into that.
Oh wow! Okay,
that song actually
a manufactured thing.
Came in the middle of the set. They did.
Oh wow!
Most nights they did Go This Is Love and Hear About It Later back to back.
Wow.
Yeah, they did.
It's such a tough one. I almost made my list too.
I was at a show, one of my 81 shows. Those lights never came down.
Oh, they got stuck.
I don't know if they were stuck or they left them in Charlotte a couple nights before or what. But they didn't. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's funny. It's always funny to me when Tony says one of the 81 shows I saw, and I'm just thinking like, time machine, don't fail me now. Like, I need to go back and see those.
Oh God!
Tony saw. Tony, you got it all right here.
Yeah.
As soon as that Neuralink comes, I'm plugging into Tony's brain. Because he was right up front. Oh, did you see one in 81, CK, you said, or no?
No, if I ever could see them, I would pick one.
Yeah.
I didn't see them until 5150. I'm lame.
Well, I mean, I didn't see them till carnal knowledge because of my age. I didn't have the money or a ride to the show.
Yeah.
You know, I had friends that went to OU, went too, but I didn't have the money and they didn't have an extra seat in the car. So
I liked all the shows in all the eras that I went. I didn't watch them on their first album, but I can't say anything bad about any show, but the best tours, in my opinion, and they were all great. But going to watch them live for all the eras, the best two shows, in my opinion, are 81 and 84.
Nice.
okay. So
That's cool.
81 was 81 Hide Your Sheep, or was that no 81 was
81's
so
Fair
Fair
Warning.
Warning. It was
Fair Warning.
I forget what the tour name was. Anyway,
Hide Your Sheep is the one after that.
it's Diver Down. Yeah. I couldn't think of
Yeah.
So that one was
which there's a
81,
Pro
84,
Shot
you
Us
said.
festival that you can watch.
Yeah. I've seen that. I've seen that one since. I forgot. I forgot that was out there.
I mean, they're all great, but those two, there was something about each of those at the time, you know, the hunger and the energy. And, you know, I mean, I think 82 was a great tour also, but they were rushed to put the album out, rushed to get out on the road, and they burned the candle on both ends that tour. So they were out. It was a great show. I watched that tour a number of times, but just 81 and 84 were magical.
Well, there you go. Keith Campbell says it's the We Don't Fuck Around Tour 81.
That's it. Hey, Johnny.
And
Yeah,
Jeff Davidson said 84 was one of his all-time favorite concerts. Hey, Johnny, what's up?
Yeah.
All right, so I'll jump in now. I'll do my two songs from Fair Warning, and I did not coordinate this with Tom ahead of time. My number one song is Mean Street, and Tom and I have a lot of similar, there's a guitar playing aspect to a lot of the stuff that we pick out. We listen to different things than a lot of people do. I'm not going to copy exactly what he said, so I'm going to talk about the two things that I jumped out at. Now, when I first heard this album, I think Unchained was by far my favorite as a kid. That was like my go-to as a kid. But the more experienced in music I got, the more I started to appreciate certain things. The two aspects of the song that I loved the most were, number one, I loved the trick he uses to playing the opening riff up high on the neck, and then when the verse kicks in, playing the same thing just down at in first position, and it sounds, you're playing just an octave lower, but it sounds so much darker and more menacing because of the drop down. It sounds dirtier and meaner and uglier, and there was something about that I just thought was a really cool trick, to just playing the same octave just down lower. The other thing that jumped out at me about this particular song, and I started to pick this out on a lot of songs then from this period forward, is that Eddie was now he was playing rhythm guitar tracks underneath his solos now, which on the first couple albums he wasn't doing a lot of that of. So like now I'm starting to pick out the rhythm guitar track behind it. And as we discuss as we go forward, a lot of the rhythm guitar parts for his solos were different pieces of music than the rest of the song. And I thought that was really interesting. So there was like a mini song within a song. So if you isolate the guitar solo part and just listen to the rhythm track, it always kind of made me wonder, like, wow, I wonder what they would sound like as a two guitar band. I always thought that was something. Now, obviously, They don't need to. They certainly don't need to. But it thickened up the sound. I'm used to two guitar bands, so I like having a rhythm guitar playing something underneath the solo. I think it just adds a different element. It gives more depth to the song. So that's just a personal style that I like. So those two things jumped out at me when I heard this song. I loved this song for that reason. The second song and again, I didn't coordinate this with Tom, is hear about it later. I'm going with the exact same song choices. This was Tom kind of touched on it, and I'm going to go to my notes really quick. This was I found this fascinating how you can transpose a piece of music that seems so obviously written on piano.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then transpose it to a clean guitar finger plucking sound to the guitar sound, and then doubling down the same note pattern once you kick the brown sound in and go into that. And so there's he wasn't strumming, he wasn't playing power chords. It's like a complete 180 from Unchained to this, and it's basically a total pop song, but in a way it's structured, and with the tone of his guitar, you can tell that it wouldn't alienate any of the hard rock fans. There's nobody that would listen to this song that would be like, oh, that's a sellout song. There's nothing like that at all, but it's a total pop song. And so there's just something about that. I really just dug this. I love the finger picking, or the picking structure of the chords that he's playing instead of just strumming. I thought this song just had everything to me. So this was a narrow second, but Mean Street's my go-to all the time.
Yeah.
I love the bridge on Hear About It Later too.
Yeah, me too.
Bridge.
Me too.
Oh yeah. Let me say that a lot of Ed did some rhythm tracks under stuff here and there early and there, but my taste, I like bands that have that rhythm track under it. Makes it full. It sounds great.
I do. Yeah, me too.
But Van Halen, while Ed's doing his thing, the only other thing I want to hear is Michael and Alex. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, on the record, it may have that rhythm track under it, but I want to hear each instrument, and that's it. Mike.
Yeah, no, I definitely think from all the live performances, from all the live performances I've ever seen, when you see them play live, I've never sat there and thought, oh wow, they really need another guitar player. Like I've never ever felt that way seeing them live. So, they're certainly not missing when Eddie goes to a solo with just the stuff that Mike was doing on the bass and Alex on the drums was plenty to fill out the sound of the song.
Oh yeah.
I just happen to, I've grown up more in an era where, there's two guitar players in every band. So my ear is trained to hear two guitar players, and I like having something. I think it just thickens up the wall of sound that they're putting forth on the record.
Oh yeah.
And that's just my taste.
Yeah.
Neil, are you a fan of bands like Thin Lizzy and Iron Maiden and Judas Priest?
Yeah. Like that. It just sounded like it was a thicker sound. Now, if I was a guitar virtuoso like Eddie, if I was a prodigy that could literally steal, I would probably not want another guitar player in the band. Right. But I'm once I started to discover the advent of stereo speakers and things like that, and I could hear the guitars coming out of the right and left channel. There was something that, the early Van Halen albums, you'd have bass and drums in the left, guitar in the right, and then the vocals straight forward and everything. But I remember days way back with a cheap ass Sony Walkman where if one of the speakers shorted out, you'd miss half the song because they were completely panned right and left. So it was just something that like I said, I like hearing, there's something about the cool rock riffs playing underneath a solo that I just thought just added an element to it.
Yeah. Yeah. You can't argue those songs though.
No. Oh
No.
God, it's so good.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. All right, CK.
All right, what's my favorite album, TK?
Fair warning.
Without question. There's no debate about that.
What's your song?
You're gonna kill me.
You're gonna go with the same one.
I should have gone with Sinner's Swing. I should have gone with Unchained. I should have gone with So This Is Love. but my
I
two
love
picks
This Is Love.
are the exact same as Tom and Neil. I went Mean Street #1. Hear About It Later #2.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's great.
And I hate myself for it because I could have thrown in Unchained. I could have done Sinner Swing. I could have done So This Is Love.
Got to go with your gut, man. Got to go with your gut.
Nothing's ever going to dethrone Mean Street.
No,
It's never going to happen.
I agree.
Greatest Van Halen song of all time. I heard it on a cassette on a boombox, and that was 1981. This is 2021. 40 years later, still sounds as fresh as the day I heard it.
Yeah,
beats them all. That opening intro into the riff, the song, the swagger of David Lee Roth's
Check
lyrics,
this out.
the ride out at the end.
Is that a bar stool?
Yeah.
Nice.
Barstool.
What's up, Jay? Hey now. Jay Hannon from guitar player from Gizmochi.
Yes.
He can play the Mean Streets intro correctly. Has done it on air.
That's awesome.
We're just talking about Mean Street. Excuse me.
Jay, what's
Mean
happening,
Street, Jay.
dude? Nice to see you.
Tom, you know what the funniest thing about that intro was? Like, I remember, the first time I ever even tried to attempt it, and I remember going to my dad, who was a guitar player, and saying like, "Hey, how does he do this?" And I remember my dad just being like, "I've never heard anything like that. I don't know how to teach you that." And the first time I saw like a live clip of it, or I think they did a video, like a live performance, but they lip synced for like a live TV performance or something, and they just played along with it. But I remember watching his handwork. And so I was like, oh, okay. And I watched it. And so the first time I tried to play it, I just thought it was just completely random with no rhyme or reason. All the stuff. I had no idea. He literally knew every single note that he was picking, like every single thumb tap and pinky tap up and down. And I'm like, there's no way. How can you do that with your eyes closed and not look at what you're doing and make something sound like complete gibberish, yet perfect? Every note was perfect.
Yeah.
It blew my mind. I thought he was just like going, nope.
Well, and the last one that has the one extra beat on it is like really you had to make it even more difficult.
I like the
that makes the syncopation. That's
with the fills up the neck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
He slides the double stops.
Yeah, well, especially when he added that into his live guitar solos, and then he would build on it and do that, I was just like, this is just ridiculous. Now at this point, you're just being a dick.
What was it?
Yeah, there you go.
There it is.
That kind of stuff was awesome, man.
Yeah,
we started adding that in.
So good. So sorry, CK, didn't mean to take away from you.
So you guys picked the same song off Fair Warning.
Van Halen's of all time.
Yeah, exactly what Jay said.
That's my #1 Van Halen song that will never be unseated.
So 7 over 8.
I love the riff. I love David Lee Roth's swagger, his lyrics. I love the solo. No one talks about the outro.
Right. Yeah.
That's killer. No one even talks about that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's badass Van Halen. That's Van Halen at their primal instincts.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Very best.
Yes, it is. Agreed.
1981 was very magical. Very magical. They
love that record.
At that point in their career, they really ruled the hard rock world at that time. It was apparent.
They were the best band on the planet.
They were the big boys on the block at that point on.
Well, and I think Jay nailed it. He said playing it is one thing. Imagine writing it, right?
Yeah, that's 100% true. Like I said, we could all, guitar players can copy that stuff, but you got to come up with it in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the nutty part, man. There's.
Yeah. I know. And how do you have the idea?
I like its dark and dirty street vibe that it has. They never really did that again, but I like the vibe of Fair Warning. It has a very
definitely the dirtiest.
and mysterious
Yeah.
and punky street vibe to it. You know, it's Van Halen at their ultimate street level.
Yeah, you know, I explained it to somebody once like this, and I don't know if this is still relevant now, but I remember thinking that would be a good soundtrack to like a movie like Warriors. Remember the Warriors, the movie, like something like just this gritty New York gang movie kind of thing.
Yeah.
I could see Fair Warning being the soundtrack to a movie like
Either
that.
Or if Marvel ever had a character called
music into words.
Yeah.
If Marvel ever had a character called the Plague Doctor and made a movie called The Plague Doctor, Fair Warning could be the soundtrack.
There you go. You should copyright that one.
Yeah. Oh yeah. All right. So it's on me. Fair warning. Yeah. All right.
You gonna break the cycle?
I'm gonna break the cycle. I'm gonna pick probably my number one song, arguably the best Van Halen song out there. The most loved Van Halen. What's the most loved Van Halen song in history?
Unchained.
There it is.
Said it.
Yep.
At least someone said it.
Yep.
I hadn't said it yet. You said it for me. Unchained.
That's a good one.
Great riff.
That's top dog right there. Yeah, that is top dog.
I'm ashamed not to have it as my second.
Well, my second, which that year live, they jumped right out on song number 2 of this live, Center Swing.
Nice.
Good one too.
That's a badass song.
Good track.
On
Good
fire, track. Right into Center Swing. Pow, pow.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. So
she looks so fucking good.
Yeah, Tony, I will say that Unchained was probably my favorite Van Halen song off this album for almost most of my life, from the moment I heard it up until recently. And I think just over the course of maybe the last couple of years, Mean Street was always second to Unchained, and now I've just grown to appreciate Mean Street more.
We've all watched these live clips in Unchained, and all these years later love this song, but I loved Unchained while it was brand new, and while we
That's awesome.
Live, it was the shit then too.
Did he go shirtless with the white pants with the circles guitar when you saw him?
Yeah. That
wasn't that video shot in near you?
No, that's Oakland stuff.
Yeah, Oakland Coliseum.
That's LA. Okay,
that's Oakland. But he used that guitar because it was drop D. There was no D toner. That there was, later on he would just wind it down to do Opera Teacher on the spot. Or wind it back up
to do Hop Teacher.
Yeah, but they opened the show with Unchained in '84, and he just wound it back up.
Quick question, Tony: Did they do any of the songs that are in standard on any of those early tours you saw? And if so, what guitars did he go to for them? Like the keyboard tune, like 84. I'm talking about. Like, did he do like I'll Wait, or did he do Jump?
He played that stuff on keyboards.
Oh, on the '84 tour, he played them on keyboards.
He even played the guitar parts on keyboards live in '84.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
that's badass.
Yeah, I mean
he just transposed the part to keyboard.
He played the jump.
Probably did on the fly too.
Yeah, he did it all. I think he could have done each part had the guitar on, playing the keyboards, gone on the guitar, back
like on
to the keyboard.
5150.
Right.
Like the 5150 tour, he would do that. He would just walk away with the guitar and then come back to the keyboard.
So I don't want to get into the nerdery of it and get us off too much off track, but have you heard the Paul Gilbert interview when Paul Gilbert went to 5150? He said that he played him audio tapes of every album from 84 onwards, and every single track you could take Sammy Hagar or Dave Lee Roth vocals away, there was a guitar track where he would play the vocal lines of the melody he wanted on the song and say, I don't give a shit what you write for lyrics. This is what the melody will be. Paul Gilbert says this is the honest truth. He says, obviously, I can't prove it, but you can believe me or choose not to believe me. He said, we sat there for hours and Eddie played me any famous song you can think of, Panama. Imagine hearing that whole vocal track as a guitar riff. And that's what he heard.
Wow.
He said that's how Dave Lee Roth knew what pitches to hit. He said Dave had a problem sometimes hitting pitches and you couldn't tell him to read music or whatever. And Eddie, so Paul Gilbert is telling, Eddie's telling Paul Gilbert this, that, I couldn't write out the music for him, so I would just play it on the guitar, and that was like nutty.
Yeah.
So my thought is probably if you told Eddie, how does that guitar riff from whatever very guitar centric song go? If he was standing in front of a keyboard, I bet you any money he'd just go, oh, this is how it goes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I went to school with musicians like that. And when you run into someone like that, you just have to say, God bless you. Because there's no way you can compete with it. You just have to realize that it's a gift and it's a lot of hard work too, but you can work 12 hours a day. And if you don't have that kind of aptitude, you're only going to get to so far. You can get pretty far, but when you run into those people, I ran into a guy, you name any song, sing him the melody if he's ever heard it or not, and he can play it. So I'm sure Eddie could do the same thing.
My honorable mention for fair warning is Sinner's Swing. I mentioned that. That is that is as rocking a tune on that album as any of them.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
it's a hard record to pick two songs from.
It is. So yeah, those are my two fair warning songs. All right, Tommy, moving right along. We're going to 1982, the Diver Down album.
I had a little bit of a tough time, but I went with what my gut was. I guess it's changed a little bit. Like when I was a teenager, I guess what I would say is now kind of my honorable mention was maybe my favorite then. But I think now, maybe in the past I was more about, well, this is a unique guitar part, or I really love like the way this part is. And now I think at this point in my life, it's like the vibe and the groove is more important, and the overall, like the feeling of the song. So for me, my favorite track on that album, at least currently, is Hang 'em High. I just love the riff opens and it's so fast and so ferocious. And then even in the even in the chorus, there's no time to rest,
Yep.
And then the solo just takes off, and it's just that like that climbing up, and then that I love that,
I always thought the thing that kills me about this riff, which gets so overlooked, is I think to non-guitar players it probably sounds like an easy riff. They're like, oh, it's just fast, but it's easy to play. But you're jumping strings, there's such a technique to it that when you listen to it, he doesn't miss a single note, and you're jumping strings. It's so much more difficult than you think until you try to play it.
you want to see a good video? Pete Thorne did like a, I think it's now you would know this because I'm not a California or an LA person or don't know any of the the hangouts in the area. But he said that there's a bowling alley, but then they'll have local musicians that are kind of touring guys and pro guys and stuff will get together and just do one-off gigs, and it's always cover tunes. So they did Van Halen covers. So one of the ones, and you can find it on YouTube if you Google.
So like there's a Lucky Strike right down in
that's
Hollywood.
it. That's it. Lucky Strike. That's where it is. As soon as you said, I remember. So if you Google Lucky Strike, Hang 'em High, Pete Thorne's the guy playing guitar in that one, and man, he just rips it up. And
that's awesome.
But the thing is, I've seen a lot of guys that just hybrid pick it or try to. Pete Thorne is playing it like there's almost no skip, and I'm like, dude, good on you, man. Like, dude, you just rip because he's just sitting there. And then I was watching his live stream. Someone asked him about it, and he goes, I practiced that for about a week to get it down. He's like, I knew we were going to do Hang 'em High. Like that skip is like.
Well, it's funny, and I'm sure you can relate to it. Like, I struggle to play it perfectly when I'm sitting down, staring at the guitar. Now, imagine being live in front of an audience, standing up and moving around. Like, I mean, it's like I could sit here like this and barely get it.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. But anyway, so that would be my my pick. My honorable mention for me would be what was always in the past was my favorite years ago was little guitars, because it was just so unique, and I couldn't figure out at the time until I saw actually pictures of him with the little Petulant Les Paul and doing that thing live with the little hard hat on his head,
Right. Yeah. His was like, I think it was like an LA Dodgers hat or something that
but I just always thought that was really unique, and it was cool, and just the riff again, just the rhythm to that riff is just not something you hear in a lot of rock bands or hard rock bands at all.
Tony's got his beanie on.
There you go, man.
Nice. Very nice. All right. Well, I'm going to keep moving things along, and I have probably very little to say now because once again, my same two songs are Tom's. Hang 'em High, which I've already talked a little bit about, and Little Guitars, which, the only thing I would add to everything that Tom just said is the finger plucking chord thing that he does, which he comes back to a couple times later on in the future. But at that point, that was something I'd never heard before. It was something completely different. And I remember, again, kind of going to my dad and being like, well, it sounds like he's strumming the chords with his pick, but how is he playing the verses? Because he's not picking them. And my dad showed me how to hold the pick in between, in your fingers. And so you could go, you're grabbing the strings, and then, and all this. There was just, it's just such technique. And once again, this kind of proves 4 albums in now, Eddie was showing us something new on every album that we hadn't seen yet. And it was just, so every time I'm just like, just when you think you got it down, you're like, okay, he's got it. He maxed out. He's peaked. Nope. So those are, so Tom, I got the exact same 2 songs.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Nothing wrong with that. Those are strong too, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, CK.
All right, Tom, you're gonna hate me, and you too.
I'll go for it, man.
The only difference between my 2 picks is I just have them slightly reversed. When I was a kid, Little Guitars was my favorite. So to give the nod to the kid, I said, all right, we'll go with that. We'll stick with that. And Hang 'em High was my other. So they're the exact same 2 as you guys. They're just reversed.
2 albums in a row. We've had the same song choices.
And I swear we did not.
Yeah. Where's the variety?
We didn't
Where's
talk about
the variety?
I know.
Well, I immediately disqualified all the covers. So that right off the top, I said no covers. Let's go with the originals. I'm not going to use intros or Cathedral or Intruder. Those didn't qualify.
Yeah.
So it was boiled down to Van Halen songs. I think.
But if you love a cover that they do, you got to.
I don't dislike the covers that they do. It's just I wanted to go with Van Halen original material.
No, that's cool. I
Okay.
got you. I got you. Like, you know,
That's
Ice Cream
what we all
Man
did.
made my list, but
I don't know, man.
so
I was pretty close to
that was
picking Pretty
this was
Woman,
tough.
man.
Yeah.
I was
No,
I
that
was
was
The
that would have
full
been in
bug was
third for
close.
me. That would have been in third for me,
Full
man.
Bug
I
is
love
a good
that.
one too.
I was thinking
That's a
of the
really
full
good one.
bug.
All right, so my two, my number one off of this, I went in there and I got a picture that I took some pictures in '82 here in North Carolina.
Nice.
So I figure that instead of telling you what my number one is, I'll show you
All right,
what
let's
my
see it.
number one is in very first person account. But this is my number one.
Little guitars.
There you go.
Very nice. Very nice. That is awesome. Oh man. So cool. You took those?
Yeah.
Now, Tony, above that, that's when he was still using the EDS 1275, right?
What,
People
that?
said and then people said that he looked like Jimmy Page.
Yeah,
So
he didn't like being compared to Jimmy Page, yeah.
Little Guitars is the best song off the record, hands down.
I
Hands
agree.
down,
Awesome,
all day,
awesome,
every
awesome.
day,
I
since
agree
day
with my number
one, since the end of time. Little Guitar.
Neil,
But
Neil, will you hang them high first, Little Guitar second, right?
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
But you
yeah,
guys are
just wanna
making
make
a
sure I
strong
got your
argument to making me flip. I'm not going to flip because I'm not.
No, I don't
I'm
expect
not going to do
I
it.
just want
But
to make sure I document.
as we talk, I feel like I have a lot more to say about Little Guitars than Hang 'em High. But I would still put Hang 'em High first.
Good.
all right. So my honorable mention, I'm going to give you a curveball, but it's not
Nice.
a curveball. It's more like a hard slider. So my honorable mention on that record is the Full Bug.
Good for you.
Nice.
Mm.
I'm glad
play.
somebody took it.
Go play.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah, man. The Full
Kick ass.
Bug. Yeah.
I'm surprised no one chose Secrets.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, here's the weird thing: if you throw out any song title, it's gonna make one of us go, "Oh yeah, I could have picked that one." You know, I mean, they're all like this.
Did anyone hear Secrets for the first time and think it was skipping? I did.
I don't
thought
think
it was
so.
skipping. Chin, 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 chin.
Yeah, the beginning. Yeah, the beginning.
Right.
There's two versions of it. The original version goes a lot longer in the beginning, and it sounds like I was like, "Wait, is this skipping or something?" It goes for like an extra bar or two. The chin, chin.
Dun, 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 and then it goes.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever thought it was skipping when I first heard it.
Now,
I had it blasting
neat
on a
how
cassette.
it is
and I
neat
was
how it
stretching
starts
it.
in.
Was your
I'm
first
sorry?
experience because of your age a CD?
No. It was on cassette, but when I heard it on CD, when I had it on cassette for some reason, I don't remember listening to that part, but putting it in on a CD because I guess I had the experience of CDs skipping, but I had at that point never had a record. So I think that's why I thought it was skipping, which is weird because I had heard it years before on cassette, and my brain didn't make it register, but I guess because I knew that the cassette was not going to skip. So I think it was a psychosomatic thing where I looked at the CD player and was like, wait, is that skipping? Because that's exactly how it sounds. When a CD skips, you get a clean digital copy.
Oh, yeah.
You know? On a record, when it skips, you can hear that.
Yeah.
On a CD, it's like jing, jing, jing. So when I first heard it, listening to it on CD like that, I went. But I never thought about that. I must have listened to it on cassette before that because I listened to the first, I guess, 5 albums on cassette.
How does the vinyl sound when it skips again?
it's like it hits the groove and then it jumps. You know.
I can totally hear the record, like a phonograph skip in my head right now.
If it's a really good one, it's like.
Yep.
When this record came out, my initial thought. Now you have to understand, from '81 on, I got each Van Halen album, the day or the instant it came out. When I got this new album, at first I was like, we had heard Pretty Woman on the radio.
Yeah.
And you hear songs like that, Big Bad Bill, it was just, I didn't think it was as good as Fair Warning. But it grew on me, of course. I like Hang 'em High, The Full Bug, Little Guitars, and I like all the songs on it now. They all, but yeah, it was, all these covers. I'm like, but live that year, it was still good, but I just thought that where they were going, Van Halen 1, Van Halen 2, Women, Children First, Fair Warning, I thought they, I was like, dude, you're the biggest band out here. Do yourself a favor now. Come on. But they sure made up for it in 1984.
Let's get to it.
Yeah.
You ready?
Let's rock it.
Let's get to it.
1984.
Now, I don't know. For me, maybe not as obvious choice. I guess the one I picked maybe was more of I don't know if this was an earlier written song or an '84 era or slightly before that. But my honorable mention definitely is an earlier, like a pre Van Halen 1 written song.
I know which one it is. I know which one it is.
But anyway, so my favorite track on the album anyway is Drop Dead Legs.
Nice.
I love the intro riff. Never gets old to me. Again, it's not something that most guitar players would play. It's very, if you learn the riffs, very unique, but it's just the way he makes single note riffs sound almost like every note is a chord, like a power chord almost. It's so thick. And I don't know what else to say about it. I've just always loved that song. The rhythm to it, the fact that the chorus is completely like a different vibe as far as the feel and the time of the chorus, and I like that. It's almost like you get two different songs within one song, kind of thing. You know what I mean? So anyway, that's why I like that song. Honorable mention, I guess my other favorite or second favorite song on that album is House of Pain. I just love the rawness, just raw, just dark, has that like evil dark sound I love.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question about that. Do you've heard the Gene Simmons demo of that song? Do you like that one's faster? Do you like that one more than House of Pain, or the actual House of Pain more than that one?
See, I think playing it slower, i.e. albums,
gives it more menace.
Gives it more menace, exactly.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Makes it like just eviler.
Yeah, it does. It does.
More evil.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, because I mean I've heard it where it's like they've had artificial help to speed themselves up and they played it super fast. I'm like, oh, okay, that's a little much.
Yeah. All right, Neil.
Okay, so this is going to be the first time on our list that I think I'm going to go with an obvious choice. And I have no shame in my game. I'm calling it like I see it. I'm going with Panama as my song. This was the first video I remember seeing of Van Halen. This was from what I remember as a kid. I think this was the first time. This was the first video that made me stop what I was doing and watch. And I'll never forget the airplane flying in, like that 5 seconds of the airplane flying in before the song kicks in, because that gave me enough time to set my VCR and plug in a tape and record it. And so I always knew, like, I sat there, I would watch MTV for like an hour waiting for that airplane sound and then plug in the tape and record it so I could watch the video.
Right.
This was the first time I saw and recognized the striped guitar as being prominent. This was the first time I even got a little token of this song right here. I'm going to throw this up right now.
Nice.
My dice tank top. I started to pay attention to look and image and everything about that. But yeah, this was there was just, I mean, at the risk of overstating the obvious, I would probably say, now the weird thing is this isn't like my favorite Van Halen song, but I think all things considered, this could be like one of the top 5 best hard rock songs of all time. I just think it's just that good. If you put this on a list, it's going to be up there at the top. And so, you know, I hate going with an obvious choice, but this one, hands down, I couldn't deny it. Every time this song comes on and I stop everything else stops, and I got to play the song. My second choice, my runner-up, Tom, is Drop Dead Legs. I love Drop Dead Legs for so many reasons you talked about. I think at the time I was kind of listening to AC/DC. So this was like a Back in Black kind of feel to it. I dug that. It was like the guitar playing with without much gate. You'd play this, you'd strum the chord and stop, and then just hear, and then, you know, the ba-na, like, there was no reverb. There was, you know, it just had such a cool ass strut to it that just had a groove to it. I loved everything about that. And then the weird thing, this is in my notes. I'm reading my notes. The funny thing about this, and Tom, I don't know, I'm asking you just, this is something you may have noticed. When I heard Live Without a Net and saw that concert and saw the Eddie Van Halen playing the Steinberger guitar, I started to listen to the different sound of a Steinberger trans-trem guitar compared to his 5150. Yeah. And I started to listen to the other albums. I swear to God, for years, I was absolutely convinced that Drop Dead Legs was played on the Steinberger. I was convinced it was, until somebody finally proved to me that it was the Flying V that he played it on. And you know, I was wrong, but I would have bet money on it at the time that I thought that had the Steinberger.
Yeah, I want to hear if there's, now I know when people say, yeah, there's pretty much every Van Halen track out there, raw guitar tracks, but sometimes when they say that, thanks, buddy, I'll be in a couple of minutes, okay? Mm-hmm. You close the door. They mean that someone has extrapolated that from a recording. I want to hear the actual stems of that track, because apparently it's the vintage Flying V straight into the Marshall, and all the after any verb, any delay, you know, any panning is all after. Literally, it was that mic'd right into the board. And that's the track I want to hear, because if you've heard those original ones, I'm sure you have, Neil. Even the few that are out there that are real raw guitar tracks, and you can tell if it's a real one because you won't hear the reverb delay. Right. It sounds so dry, and the amount of gain on it is closer to like a AC/DC gain. Yeah.
Yeah.
And everyone thinks it's a Steve Vai gain, and it's nowhere near that.
Yeah, well, I remember talking to people before that were like, oh, you know, you just got to have a good distortion pedal. I'm like, there's no distortion on that track. Yeah. It's not it's high gain, it's overdrive, you know, you're cranked up. But
the Echoplex in the Phase 90 is the only pillow you have.
Yeah. Yeah, totally agree. But all these, 100%. But yeah, that song is a close second for me, and it doesn't get played. It certainly wasn't played live much, but that song that gets me, man. Kind of the same way like Back in Black got me the first time I heard that. Drop Dead Legs does that for me too.
Awesome.
Nice. All right, CK.
Drop Dead Legs.
Yes. Awesome.
When I looked at 1984, I immediately eliminated Jump, Panama, I'll Wait, and Hot for Teacher.
The singles.
Because being a kid growing up, I heard those songs so many times. So I immediately look at the deep tracks. I went Drop Dead Legs, Girl Gone Bad, honorable mention.
Ooh,
I was so
nice. Very
both
cool.
of those songs returned to the set list via Wolfgang.
Yeah.
Both those songs came back around a different kind of truth era.
Yeah.
Yep.
No playing those. And I was so excited to see those again because
he brought back
they
all
were
those
not played back on the 1984 tour, were they, Tony?
No.
Yeah. I don't.
He brought back a lot. He brought back Light Up the Sky. He brought back a lot.
Yeah, Light Up the Sky.
He did.
Yeah.
That kid knew his deep tracks.
Yeah, but those songs that you mentioned, CK, I haven't seen any video, any footage of those two songs being played on the 85 tour, on that album tour. You know, it's weird that those were such good songs. I used to debate with people all the time because I remember, you know, orchestrating an album is different than creating a set list for a concert or a CD because you play it straight through. You have side A and side B kind of thing. And so I used to talk to friends, you know, when we were in bands competing with other bands and stuff like that. You know, I used to debate. I thought side 2 of 1984 was a better side than side A.
I agree.
And everybody used to think I was crazy because all the singles were on side A. But I said, no, from like side 2 just kills it. It just kills it. And I honestly kind of thought, and this is going to shock some people, and I'm sorry if I alienate people, but I thought 1984 and Jump to open the album were kind of the weakest links on the album. I liked the hard. I wanted to be hit over the head with a sledgehammer kind of thing. And yeah, so.
Neil, you know what we used to call it in high school? We used to call side A the girl side and side B the guy side.
Nice.
Yes. Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah.
No, I mean, right. I love it all, but I mean, just because it was darker.
No, I know exactly what you mean.
More radio friendly and more kind of, Yeah.
No, I know exactly what you mean. That makes perfect sense.
I love it all, but it's just funny that we used to.
In defense of their set list in '84, though, Neil, you got to remember they're coming off a record where they have to play 4 songs off the record. There's no way they're getting off stage without playing 4.
They did play "Girl Gone Bad" live in '84, though.
Nice.
Were they?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just thinking out loud, but I remember once upon a time, you know, before bands were like legacy acts where they would play their greatest hits, you know, they would tour for an album and play every song off the album. I mean, look at like, for example, the 5150 tour. They played just about every song off the album. So it was kind of, I remember, you know, seeing like a full 1984 live concert, and I'm like, they didn't play every song off the album. And that was rare because you used to tour to support the album. That's why they did it. Now everybody just plays their greatest hits. But that was, I was kind of shocked that a song, you know, we all have Drop Dead Legs on our list, and that song just wasn't played live till Wolfgang made them play it.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
CK, what was your runner-up? Did you say it?
My number 1 was Drop Dead Legs to copy you guys, and Girl Gone Bad was
you did. Yeah, you did. Okay.
I would have probably slid House of Pain in there either. With Tom, I was those two I was debating. It was like, which one am I going
I was debating between Girl Gone Bad and House of Pain myself.
Those were the two. So thank God we varied a bit on that one.
That side 2 is damn
I almost copied you on that because those two I was like, it's one or the other.
Yeah.
Now,
not to take away from those first 4 songs,
but you know,
I
CK, you know,
so many times.
You know, if you went first, I would have been copying you the whole time. So. right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. This is like almost 3 albums in a row that we've all had the same
I
ones.
have it
Fruitcake, what do you got? Break it up.
I'm not copying. It's
No,
actually
no, I know. That's what
right here.
that's what I'm saying. If we go the other way, then
Yeah, I've
I'm
got my
copying
printout.
you.
All right,
Anyway,
so
Tony, you're up, brother.
Break the cycle.
1984 is my favorite Van Halen album of all
I
time.
knew it. Yep.
1984. All right, so I'm 18 years old, my last year of high school. New Year's Eve comes, debut Jump on MTV.
Wow.
We had already heard Jump on the radio in the weeks prior of that, but they debuted that. And probably late January, just shortly after that, they debuted Panama on MTV. And I remember watching each of those live, and the airplane, the biplane. I'm like, what in the world is this?
Yeah.
And then it kicks in, and Dave's swinging across. Oh shit! Panama is my number one song off that album. Absolutely is, and they played that song kind of late in the set, live that year, and Ed looked like he was having just the time of his life playing that song in 1984 live, and we were right up against the. I mean, it was just awesome. Something I'll never forget. They played that song live many times since where I was there, but that song right out of the gate, yeah, that's my number one song off of that album, Panama.
Agreed.
Absolutely killer. Will always be. Probably you nailed it, where it could be one of the top 5 hard rock songs of all time.
Yeah.
Very easily, arguably. Now, my honorable mention is for a lot of reasons, the drum intro. You know what I'm going to say. The video.
Yeah.
And how live they opened up the show in 84 with Unchained and came right back into Hot for Teacher.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That would be awesome. That's a 1-2 punch right there.
So if you listen to Unchained live, or if you listen to any of those shows that year in 84, at the end of Unchained, at that last note, you can hear Ed wind upward.
Bringing it up from D.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And then they start Hot for Teacher. Yeah, but that's the best Van Halen album in their prime. The greatest, probably the greatest live Van Halen show ever. You watched the Montreal show. I'm sure you have. There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's understood doesn't need to be discussed. Is that right?
Yeah.
There it is. 1984. Yeah.
Nice.
An awesome album. My favorite off of all of them. Panama. Yeah, dude. That's where it's at. All right. So we are moving on. We are entering the Sammy Hagar era.
Yes, we are.
5150. All right, Tommy.
So for me, I guess my memory is from Live Without a Net when like, and you'll know what song I'm going to say when I do this, but when Eddie's like soaked and he whips his head back and then he just leans the headstock up, doesn't have to touch the cigarette, takes a drag, and then starts playing Summer Nights.
Yep.
That's for me. That's my favorite track on the album because of that memory of it, you know, for me. And just that sound. Yeah. It's just sweat everywhere.
Yeah.
And the giant big balloon pink pants, you know. And the massive belt pack for the wireless.
Yeah. Oh my God. Looked like Batman's utility belt.
I know, right? But just I don't know, something about that sound was almost like the Steinberger to me is like a metallic sound. It's really biting. It's like that 8-bit Space Invaders kind of noise.
Yeah, yeah.
And I like that for what it is, but it's very much and the thing I love about the Summer Nights intro is the same thing I love about Little Guitars. It had that kind of staccato, kind of plucked kind of thing where it was not finger picked classical style. It was more plucked like a jazz player would comp chords and just pluck like that, you know.
Yeah, it was the same Little Guitars thing, yeah.
And so I just always thought that was super cool. And the solo, the fact that it was almost had a quasi like a slide guitar effect to it with the trans trim, I thought was amazing. For me, my runner up, just because I love the guitar part, is 5150. I thought it was such a unique guitar part. The way he played, you know, he's basically using a C shape and just moving it up and down, but you know, but barring the, you know, using the first finger almost as a bar.
Yep.
And I thought that was great, the way that if you have that kind of skill level that he had to do that, that's a great way to finger it. But that is the way that a jazz player would finger it, moving the C shape up, which I thought was very interesting. So I think maybe he kind of visually had more experience watching jazz guitar players than he probably maybe talked about to a lot of people. And I'm curious when Steve Rosen comes out with this book, if we get more insight to kind of like the stuff that I know, Tony, that Steve talked to add a lot in depth about more of his kind of, you know, stuff about how it was at home and like when he was younger. And he had mentioned, you know, just talking about that kind of stuff for. And I wonder even just visually if Ed was watching guitar players comping, because, you know, when he went to play that style, that's exactly how you know, finger pick chords. If you want to comp quietly behind someone, you get a different effect, and you get that, you can hit it real quick. It's almost like one of my jazz guitar teachers told me, you want to comp almost like you're a viper. And I said, like a viper? And he said, you're poisonous, and if you hit them once, it's stinging. So you only want to do that once. The rest of the time you want to be hovering in the background, just kind of muffled, hitting the chords, and you just want to stab it once per change. If you've got a, you know, C major 7 for 4 bars, you're only stabbing it once on the first bar of that first. The rest of the time you're just kind of hovering until you go to, you know, if you're going to go to the 5 or whatever chord you're going to, you hit that G7, then you'll stab it real quick. So he said that's kind of what you're doing. And Ed does the same thing, you know, the same thing in Summer Nights, or when he does that, like in Little Guitars, he rings it out that, and you can see when he does it live, his fingers, he hits it almost like a jazz or a classical player would slam the fingers out. And I'm like, he was absorbing all these styles all at once. You know,
there's absolutely something to. He knew what notes to accent, and you know, he like when to put pop on certain things, when to palm mute, when to fret hand mute, and then when to let something ring out. You know, there was certain attack notes that he was good at.
I never got to meet Eddie, but one of the guitar players that I love that I got to meet one time was Nuno. I love Nuno, and I asked him because I knew I would only have a half a second. He was getting on his tour bus. He was getting on his tour bus. It was down in it was on the was it the Waiting for the Punchline tour? It was the 930 Club. If anyone knows, you know, kind of the Baltimore, Washington area down there, they'll know where I'm talking about. But anyway, so it's out back, and Gary Schron comes out, super nice guy. Bass player comes out, what's his name? Pat Badger, super nice guy. Nuno comes out and he goes, I didn't realize he had such a thick Boston accent. He's like, yo, bro, I only got like a minute. I gotta go. Like, do you want me to sign something? Or like, it's cool, man. Do you want to sign? He's got a little Portuguese in there, but it's mostly this Boston kind of accent. He's like, oh, it's cool, man. I'll sign it. Like, do you want me to sign it? Like, I'm like, I don't want you to sign shit. And he's like, all right, cool. You want to take a picture? I'm like, no, I want to ask you one question. Because I was like, I forget how old I was at the time. I was pretty young, but I prepared because I knew what I wanted to ask him. And I said, do you think it's more important the notes, what notes you hit, or your phrasing and your timing? And he goes, it's all rhythm, brother. Have a good night. And he gets on the bus. And I'm like, oh, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. But I was like, oh, man. And I waited 2 hours to ask him that question after the show. But you can play. Yep, you can. I'll be right there. You can play any notes you want, man, if you put them in the right space.
Agreed. No, agreed. He ain't wrong.
That's what Eddie's a master of doing,
Yeah.
And accenting the right notes,
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna, big surprise to all the people out there watching, I'm gonna take Tom's 2 songs. The only difference, I'm gonna flip them. I'm gonna go 5150 first. 5150 is probably my all-time favorite Van Halen song, period. That's my go-to. That's my ultimate favorite.
Cool.
By the time this album came out, I remember I was fully invested in them because MTV did a whole bunch of build-up to it. They did they did Unleashed, Van Halen Unleashed, which was like the behind the scenes of Sammy joining the band and then them getting ready to tour. And they were doing all kinds of stuff with that. I was already an Eddie fan at that point, so I remember the turnover of the lead singer didn't really affect me much. Plus, I was like in junior high. I mean, I was like 12 or 13 or something, maybe younger. Actually, I don't know. But as we discussed on the solo, when we ranked our favorite solos, the one thing about this particular song is, if somebody asked me to give them a piece of music that showcased every single one of Eddie's talents, I would give them this song because it incorporates everything from the finger tapping to the harmonics to the wah-wah bar to the volume knob stuff to the riff to everything. Like Tom talked about the phrasing of it. His strumming pattern had such kick to it. There was everything about this song. I absolutely loved it. And again, I talked about this a little bit when we were talking about Fair Warning. At this point now, I was really starting to develop an ear for the music underneath his solos. And on this album, there was a lot of it. Good Enough had it. Get Up had it. 5150 had it. There was a completely different rhythm guitar track underneath the guitar solos, underneath the solos, that was different than anything else. It was a completely different piece of music than the rest of the song. It wasn't like what we'd kind of become accustomed to in the 80s, which was the chorus song structure would just be the guitar solo. I was starting to notice a lot of that now in this. Eddie wrote different pieces of music, so there were these mini songs within songs, and I absolutely loved it. I personally, not to get too far off base here, but I personally, the one thing I didn't like about this album was the sound. That was my personal, I didn't like Al's electronic drum kits. I didn't like the tom fills, there's certain things, and the kind of processed, washed out. I felt it didn't have enough bass. It didn't have, the actual sound of the album I thought was lacking. If this particular song, if this album had been recorded with the 1984 sound, I think this would have been one of the best albums of all time. Yeah. And that's just my personal opinion. Some people, argue it, hate it, whatever. I still think this song is my favorite all-time Van Halen song. My runner-up would be Summer Nights, as Tom talked about. I want to point this out just for fun because I like to stir the pot a little bit. And I put this in my notes on purpose. For all the diehard David Lee Roth fans out there that hate Sammy Hagar, this song is a total David Lee Roth song. This song absolutely, the lyrics would absolutely fit with David Lee Roth.
Oh yeah.
Everything about it sounds like something Dave would have written. So for those people that hated Sammy, you know, this song can make you, you know, whatever. Tom talked about it. The little guitars kind of fingers striking thing that he does. It's got a strut. It's got a groove to it. It's a perfect summer anthem. And, you know, again, talking about the sound, like I wish the Steinberger sound was a little bit more like the Fair Warning sound.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you know, this song is meant to be bright and uplifting as opposed to dark and menacing. So maybe that was a conscious choice on Eddie's part. Far be it for me to second guess Eddie's song, you know, sound choice. I'm not going to do that, but everything about this I love. You know, Tom, you mentioned before, like the girls side and the boys side kind of thing.
Yeah.
This was the one song I remember in junior high that all the girls I know loved, and they would say like, "Oh my God, we love Van Halen." I'd be like, "Name a Van Halen song." They'd be like, "Well, Summer Nights," and that was all I knew. But this song kind of brought them from being this hard rock boys club kind of thing, brought it to the masses. I think this song absolutely brought it to the masses, and they became, you know, this cross genders. This was absolutely the perfect summer anthem song, and I remember that summer when it came out. Just so, So those two, 5150 and Summer Nights.
Cool
stuff. Good times right there, boy. Yeah. Can't argue with either one of them.
And they are good time songs. It's funny that you just said that. They're good time songs. Makes you feel, both songs make you feel good.
Yeah,
damn right. All day, still do.
I'll be right back. I got to get something for my son.
Sure.
Yeah. Tough not to have that or either one of them on my list, but very strong on that album. Very strong.
Cool.
Iconic. I mean, straight
up.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, CK.
Hit us.
Well, thank God Tea Cake is on the board tonight because both my songs are 5150 and Summer Nights.
Brother.
Thank God you're here tonight, Tony.
Oh, Tony, you're oh man, you're the trump card tonight.
Instead of copying Tom, I copied Neil. It was a tough race. When I was a kid, Summer Nights was the song.
Yeah.
But now as I've matured and gotten older, I'm like 5150 is the track. Summer Nights is number 2.
Actually, I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you.
I experienced that record, Street Date. I saw the concert. I spent the summer of '86 listening to that album, so I have strong nostalgia to that particular album. And Summer Nights in '86, the summer of '86, they kind of go intertwined hearing that song. I do agree, like you said, Neil, I can totally hear David Lee Roth singing that song. Yeah. I'm convinced that song was Roth era, without a question. He just sounds it. But 5150 was Eddie going on a new musical level. You know, his musicality was gaining.
Oh yeah,
going beyond the original.
He was. He evolved as a writer. You know, I don't think we talked about this a little backstage. I don't think that. I think that he felt comfortable with Roth not there anymore because Hagar praised him.
Yeah.
And he liked that. And Dave was always kind of, I don't want this to sound bad, but Dave, they had worked together for so many years, and Roth ran that band. You know, Ed's very quiet, and you know, but Dave was kind of like the mean older brother.
Yeah.
You know, and he's not there anymore, and it's this new cat going, "Oh, Eddie." So you know, he evolved as a writer, as a player. Yeah. So Great album. Now, my experience with this record, we talked about this weeks ago. We had all heard "Why Can't This Be Love" on the radio, and I was deeply hurt when Roth left that band. Deeply hurt. It was like the world had ended. And like, okay. And all of a sudden you hear this on the radio, and I was mortified. I was like, oh no. You have, oh my God. And I liked Hagar's stuff. Okay. You know, I liked all of his early stuff, but when that record came out and I bought it, and that first song, and you hear Sammy, hello, baby.
Yeah.
And that riff, from that instant on, I was in love with that record, in love with Sammy Hagar, and it was like, Sammy, welcome, you know. So Good Enough, every time I hear it, it takes me back to hearing that record for the first time. It's a great opening track. It kicks ass right to the point.
It's a perfect introduction to Sammy. I mean, that's kind of like, if you're gonna go and face all the scrutiny of being the new lead singer in what was the biggest band at the time, that's the way you got to open the album.
Right.
You know, you just introduce yourself and just be like, I'm here.
Hello, baby.
Yeah. And from that's a great song, and I love that song. I love the fact that that's what changed my mind, not knowing what was on this record.
Yeah.
We had just heard that one radio song. But Good Enough is, I think, is the best song on the record. So that it did me too, but it got better. I liked this record. I liked Eat 'Em and Smile. Over time, I knew that this was how it was. Dave's doing that.
Yeah.
Hagar and VanHalen doing this. But I still looked at the Roth stuff, at least for the first couple of records, like that. Well, that's Van Halen also, in a way. Yep. You know what I mean? That I looked at it like that. But so my honorable mention on this record is also a hard slider. Coming at you. Sometimes it just ain't.
Really?
No.
Nice.
Yes, sir. The best of both worlds. You got it.
Very cool.
Great opening song on side 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I got no qualms with your picks. For me, and again, I think 5150 is my favorite Van Halen album, believe it or not, which is going to surprise a lot of people. Yet at the same time, I have such a love-hate relationship with it because I don't like the sound of it. You know, I wish that album had either, you know, the 1984 or the Fair Warning sound, or even years later coming
even
back.
The live sound, like Live Found a Net.
Yeah, even the live sound, exactly. Or years later, you know, if the sound they settled on eventually with a different kind of truth. Yeah. If that could have been 5150 would be one of my favorite albums of all time. Yeah. And everything about it, the songwriting, the structure, the singing, the guitar playing, the musicianship, everything was great. I just personally had trouble with the sound of it, and that's keeping it from. And I'm already putting it up there on top.
The drum sound is always going to date it.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't too.
And the keyboards.
I wasn't in love with the tom sounds on the 86th record.
Yeah.
You know, it was like I don't know if you remember when Alabama had that kind of sound in their drums there for a brief. You're like, whoa, Alex, come on, dude.
yeah. And the weird thing is, I feel weird saying that because it's still like it's probably my favorite Van Halen album, and I'm knocking it. So like, if it just, I mean, that's how good I think the structure and the songs are on the album. That I can hate the sound of the album and still put it on the top. So
yeah.
Production does play a factor, especially when you're looking backwards.
Yeah.
You know, at the time, it sounded modern and contemporary.
Right.
Now it sounds.
Well, isn't that funny that you mentioned that when you talk about the time, though? Because when I listen to anything like from 78, 79, 80, they don't sound dated to me.
That's because those records aren't dated.
But it's funny, like it's hard to believe that like when they were nobody starting out and their debut album sounds timeless, yet when they were the biggest band in the world in 1986, that album sounds very dated.
1986.
Yeah, it sounds like 1986. It's just very interesting.
Too many hands in the cookie jar.
Doesn't sound like the 80s at all.
Right.
You know, Fair Warning could have been recorded in the late 70s.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. All right,
Good
Tommy. OU812, brother.
So this one is kind of tough for me because it's do I pick the song that I like the best because it's my favorite, like, wow, that guitar is awesome on that song and it's flashy, or do I pick the one that I like because I think it's a better song? So
go with what you love, brother.
Well, I made a decision, but I think for me that my favorite song on the album is Mine All Mine. Because I think I don't think you can beat the chorus in that song, you know. And for me, it's the lyrics and the melody, the vibe, everything in that chorus. But I still get chills. For me, that's the Van Halen equivalent of something like Peter Gabriel, In Your Eyes. You know, it's got that kind of sentimental, emotional kind of thing.
Oh, hey, look at the screen. We're talking about Van Halen. We're talking.
Like, don't look at me. Love. Oh. Who's your buddy?
You're right. Okay, go play. Go. All right, we got work to do. Go.
Dogs are always better.
Father's Day's over. Hold on, give me 20 seconds. I'm gonna get around.
Oh yeah, go ahead, man. But you know, I love that. You know, just the lyrics too. You know, talks about keeping me temporarily satisfied. You know, and it talks about just, you know, falling prey to the demons in life of hollow truths and false gods, and you know, and you know, I'll just be completely honest, not to offend anyone one way or another, but I'm an atheist, so I don't mean false gods in that sense, but I mean in the sense of idolizing things or having false idols. It really hits home to me. It means a lot. But from a guitar standpoint, I guess my runner-up would be AFU. I just love the intro to that song. When you can hear it and, you know, like it literally sounds like you're there in the studio. You know what I mean? To me, it's just like you hear the guitar almost like he was at the board sitting there, you know, and
like you're next to him.
Just the way that riff is, like I love that, you know. And then Sammy comes in, and it's just that driving, it feels like you're cruising down the road. So I almost picked that, but it's just I have a nostalgia for Mine All Mine, you know. It's like So
Awesome.
anyway,
Nice. Nice. Love OU812. I will say about this record that I feel like that OU812 doesn't get enough love.
no, it doesn't.
Yeah, you're right. Right. Yeah. Okay.
All right,
All right, I'm going in. Once again, I apologize. I'm for the second time in this show. I'm going to go with a rather obvious choice, but I can't deny my personal affection for the song. My favorite on the album is When It's Love, and I'm going. What's interesting is we had just gotten done talking about the how 86 5150 feels dated and things like that, and then some of the other ones don't. The weird thing for me about When It's Love, it's first of all, I think it's one of the best ballads, rock ballads of all time. But for such a heavy keyboard synth song, it doesn't sound dated to me when I listen to it now. It doesn't sound like an 80s song to me. It sounds like it kind of sounds like something you could hear on the radio now, and it doesn't feel like it wasn't
right.
It doesn't have it just doesn't have that sound. And I love the Clapton type of solo that he plays with this kind of this blues clean sounding,
melodic.
Yeah, but it's even like different, he's like, it's, there's no pedals. It's almost like he's just playing like the neck pickup of a Strat, and there's just some.
Yeah,
what?
It's a very obvious throw to Clapton when he does those overbends. Woo!
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, it's like I really appreciate what you did,
Right. And it serves the song well. The funny thing, I wrote this in my notes. The irony about this song is if you just read the lyrics on paper, if you just read them without the context of the music, they're nothing special. They're not even all that great. But when you add in the beautiful musicianship, the great melody, and even Sammy's vocal melody, which, as Tom pointed out, Eddie probably wrote the melody that he wanted him to sing. But in the structure, in the context of the song, all of a sudden it sounds so much more profound and deep. It fit because of the music. It makes it a deeper question, and it just gives me. And at this point in my life, I was paying far more attention to lyrics too. I'd played guitar forever, but now I was starting to write songs. I was starting to write lyrics. So that jumped out at me, and that was something that I really thought that this song just kind of had it all. It was like, for all the reasons I said, Panama was one of like the best rock songs of all time. When It's Love, I felt like when I first heard this, I was like, this could be one of the best power ballads of all time. That was just where it landed with me. The second one, and this was kind of a toss-up. I had a hard time. I went back and forth between two songs. I ended up settling on Cabo Wabo, and I chose that over Black and Blue.
Love Black and Blue.
Which was the first? Yeah, I love Black and Blue too. By the way, I found this. Wait, I'm going to throw this out there for people.
That was my third.
That was my third. Here's some fun trivia. I shouldn't say fun. Correct me. That's the wrong phrasing. But Black and Blue has the dubious honor of being the song that a New Hampshire teacher named Pamela Smart used to seduce her 15-year-old student to kill her husband. That was the song that she used to seduce him.
Okay,
that's excellent. Yeah, that's right. I actually I discovered that, and I'm like, oh man, I can't pick that now. So,
so good.
No, but oh god,
that Bill.
Yeah, it's and even the whammy bar dive where it's like, there was something. I'm like, oh my god, those strings are basically falling off the guitar at that point.
Oh, I'm hearing it in my head now like that.
But we're getting off subject because that's not my song choice. Okay. So I don't want to go too far with that. So I chose Cabo Wabo. Cabo Wabo was probably like what I thought was like actually the precursor to the balance sound. That was kind of like where they were going with that sound, with his sound.
Yeah.
And the weird thing is I didn't necessarily love the sound on the song when I first heard it. I didn't really appreciate it. I did think that it was another like type of like DLR type of lyrical song. I mean, we know David Lee Roth used to love singing about his Mexican women or his South American women or his whatever. Like this made perfect sense to me. I could hear David Lee Roth singing a song about a Spanish bar. That made perfect sense to me. But it was only when I saw when Van Halen went to Cabo Wabo and opened the bar on MTV. And they played it live, and Eddie had the broken headstock on the 5150, so he had the 7th tuning peg. They played this song, but it wasn't processed like the album version. It was like straight up 5150 guitar through the amps in a bar, not in the stadium.
And
you're playing
playing the Soldano, I believe there too, wasn't it? He had the ponytail up on the top of his
the top knot kind of thing.
He was playing the soda amp,
yeah. That made me all of a sudden have a whole new appreciation for the song. And I'm like, now, like, that song kicks ass now. It had a strut, it had a swagger, it had a groove, and he played it, and it had a darker sound as he played it live than the processed album version. So that song took on a new meaning, like we talked about earlier, CK. Seeing it live gave me a whole new appreciation for the song.
Yeah, sometimes.
So so that barely narrows out Black and Blue for number 2.
And his tone on that live Cabo Wabo video is the tone, like,
dude, it's so good.
It's like when you see someone and they have that kind of live tone, you're just like, oh, that's painful.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah, it's so good. And you're playing in a bar.
I'm sure if I went in and plugged in, it would not sound like that. But it's just like, but it's however they recorded it. It's not audio from the board. It's either audio from the board blended with a mic, or it's mic audio. But you have the effect that you're hearing it like you would in the audience.
Yeah, it felt like mic audio.
Like,
it didn't feel. Yeah, it felt like the mics were on the PA system, and that's it.
Yeah, but that's some shit hot live mic audio, man.
I swear to God, that turned everything around on that song for me.
As soon as you can hear him, and like the pot, because you can hear how loud it is. He's like, and you hear him roll it up, and it's like an A chord. It's like.
Yeah, exactly. I know. I'm sitting there going,
awesome. And when Hagar got the tattoo of his company on his arm, they didn't like that. The rest of the guys didn't want him showing that live.
Huh? I don't remember that part.
Yeah. He said that they wanted him covered up.
Interesting.
On the tat. You weren't here last week, Neil.
No.
Let me.
What, I saw your tat? I saw your tat. I saw the Facebook post. Yeah, show that bad boy. Look at that.
Nice.
Oh my, that is so. Seeing it in person is so much better than the photo.
It looks awesome. Really 3D. It looks really 3D.
Yeah.
Dude. Like,
it looks like that's your skeleton underneath. That's red, white, and black. Now, Tony? Did you design that? Did you draw it and have somebody do it, or did you have somebody design it for you?
I looked at a bunch of ripped skin. Examples and a bunch of stripe patterns. We turned the stripes. I came up with the skin pattern, turn the stripes all the way around, even how it's angled on the arm.
Nice.
Dude, that's so cool.
Bit. The dude had like 5 different, and we came up with just the stripe pattern turn. Yep, that's it. And make it a little angled coming down, and he right in the right place. And so
but the shadowing of the skin part that's ripped out makes it look like there's depth of field to it, so it looks like it's like the red looks like it's about an inch behind the skin, like that's so good, dude, so good.
I love this thing.
This would be a good time.
This would be a good time.
I was gonna say you take care of it. There you go.
Ink.
This would be a really good time.
Ink, the original.
Nice.
Now tell us about it, Tony.
Ink, the original. You love your tattoo? Prove it. So Ink, the original. You got the brightener.
There we go.
You got the moisturizer. You got the sunscreen. Yeah, and you got
some
the
brightener.
body wash.
Now I see the wide tattoo stick. To me, overall, looks like the most amazing choice. if anything, if you're just even going to pick one thing, because that's a brilliant idea. It's going to go on like a, deodorant.
Right.
But you get
it
your
does.
SPF. You can go
that's
right
awesome.
over. Don't have to get your hand dirty. That's a smart idea.
Right. And it's
Very smart.
I need some brightener. I got way too much darkness on this.
Oh.
I got a lot of stuff to
up.
brighten up.
Nice, yeah.
Once upon a time, that was bright and shiny.
Well,
Definitely
if it's all natural, it's odorless, and I'm going to take care of this new one. I've got this other old one that I need to still take care of. But yes, ink the original.
Nice.
My path should be your path. And the company's owned by David Lee Roth.
Yeah, even better.
Yeah, nice.
There you go.
Even better. So yeah. So that's how I roll.
And our next 10 callers get a.
Yeah. So we are.
It's CK's turn, right? Wait, where are we at?
I think that we are. Yeah, we are. It's UCK.
See the gold stamp?
Yeah.
Promo.
Nice.
First press.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow.
That's awesome.
Hang on,
Oh my God. Keep that
Very
shrink
cool.
wrap, man. Holy
Well,
cow.
it's open. See the promo stamp?
Wow. Yeah.
And it's got the embossed top.
Damn.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
You don't see those every day.
No, you don't.
Thin production on this record. Very, very thin sounding on vinyl. Black and blue. Mine, all mine.
Oh.
Whoa, all right. Okay.
I like my VanHalen dark and heavy.
It's
Love
a great
black
song,
and
man. Black and blue. Love it.
Can't argue with that.
Yeah,
No
that
Keith
was a near miss for me, but
180
yeah.
First press. That's the original 1988 gold stamp first pressing.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
They haven't
That's
done
awesome.
any 180 gram on the Hagar records yet. Only on the Roth.
Whenever I see those, I try and get them because, yeah.
What, the reissues?
No, 180 grams. It just makes it easier because my system can be a little janky sometimes. So,
Oh
180
yeah,
grams. You don't have to. You don't have to. I mean, you don't have to sit there and counterbalance and all that BS. It's enough weight that because I don't have a super expensive. I have a Technics SL 1200. I mean, it's decent, but it's not phenomenal, But I like the 180 gram because it kind of. It's like the equivalent of putting a lot of clear coats on a guitar. It levels everything out. Plus it, you can, it wears longer, obviously. But,
yeah, they did 180 gram reissues on the Roth era. They just haven't done the Hagar era.
I just like that it, unless you're storing it ridiculously, inappropriately, it's not going to warp. That's what I like about it too.
No, you're right. Except the old 80s stuff does warp. You're right, Tom.
Yeah.
Made with
how much more expensive are those to get? How expensive are those to get?
30, 35. I usually.
Grams?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They come out usually at 30, but now
30.
some bands have been jumping stuff up to 40 and 50.
Yeah.
For a long time, the standard was 20. Then they raised it to 30. Now bands are getting away with 40 and 50.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, especially if it's a long album that has two pieces of vinyl.
Exactly.
50 out of the gate at least.
Wow.
Yeah. Or 40, 50. Yeah.
They'll split it up and put it on 2 records and justify that's why they can charge $50.
Oh, we're giving you a good deal. Yeah, 25 each.
All right. So
I
Tony,
get it, the media, but yeah.
Tony, give us your picks for OU812.
OU812. My favorite off the record is AFU Naturally Wired.
Nice.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was close between this and my runner-up. Really close. This runner-up song as the title says, every time I hear it, it's so bright and happy and makes me feel so good.
There you go.
Feels so good.
You
Cool.
know, I mean, it does every time. I mean, you know, love that song. And I always have. I love this album. I don't think this album gets enough love. I love all the songs off of this. Black and Blue, Source and Perfection. Yeah, but AFU, that's the shit right there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Tom agrees with you.
I know.
You know, Tony, I want to throw out there the one thing, and this is how like I started to become a fanatic at this point in my Van Halen era, because when the video for "Feels So Good" came out, I remember telling people all around me, I was like, "Oh, he brought the Frankenstrap back out, but it's got a different neck on it," and there were all the people around me were like, what are you talking about? It's a red and white and black striped guitar again. I'm like, no, you don't understand. He's got more than one of them. And people are like, no, he doesn't. And this is like, and again, remember, I'm in junior high at the time. So I'm like telling people, but I'm noticing all this stuff. I'm like, no, I know for a fact that's the Frankenstrat. I remember everything with the broken pick guard, the striping pattern, and all this stuff. But the neck was different. It was that Tom Anderson Kramer neck that they did after
Tom Anderson hockey headstock.
Yeah, the hockey headstock with the gold Kramer written on it, but it was striped. So it wasn't the 5150 neck; it was different. And then this is after he had the guitar re-intonated by Tom Anderson, and which apparently was the first time it was actually tuned correctly.
Yeah, because they did that photo shoot. With the three guitars, 5150 and the
all those guitars on his But I remember telling people, I was running around like a chicken with my head cut off, telling everybody, I'm like, the Frankenstrat's back. And everybody was looking at me being like, what the hell are you talking about? So that's when you know you're a fanatic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It is a weird kind of paradigm shift in your own head when you realize that you're so into something and that person seeing your reaction to it they just don't give a damn. Like they don't care at all.
Yeah.
You know, like,
yeah, absolutely.
Oh, they're both guitars. Like,
yeah. Well, I started down this really weird dark path at the time though, because I remember I was so obsessed. I knew like, you know, the parachute pants that he was wearing on the 5150 tour. I remember telling my mom, it was like, they were like Union Bay, I think was the brand of like hammer pants. And I remember there was like a store called Chess King that was like in the mall. And I remember telling my mom, I was like, I got to get these baggy pants. I got to get these. And then I remember I needed the white Reeboks. And you know, we went to a sporting goods store and my mom like picked, you know, she was like, okay, well, here's all white solid Reeboks. I was like, those aren't them. They're not them. They got this and they got that, you know, and there's a Velcro strap above the laces and all this. She's like, how the hell do you notice this stuff from magazine pictures? And I was like, kind of like sheepishly put my tail between my legs. I'm like, because I study it, you know, it was like, I'm just like, I'm sorry, I'm obsessed. I noticed everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was right there with you, man. If you could have seen my bedroom, it was every magazine that ever came out with Eddie in. I bought two, and one I kept, and one was extrapolated on my walls, basically.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, God, the one thing I remember I really crossed the line was there was a Guitar for the Practicing Musician was the magazine, and that was when they did a Kramer guitar giveaway. Which Johnny Bean knows the guy. He's actually friends with the guy Mike Gonzalez that won the guitar for him. But that I remember when they were doing that, and it was like a postcard in the middle because it long before social media, long before the internet. It was like you had to mail in your response, and that was it. So I remember scouring town to get and you know, magazines were like $2 at the time, maybe $3 at the time or something. This was all the money I had after my summer job, going around buying about 50 magazines so I could get all the insides, or I would go to the stores and rip them out of the of the magazine and like run away and mailing in like 50 to 100 raffles for this guitar that they were giving away, and absolutely convinced nobody else in the world was going to mail in that many. I must win this thing. And of course, you don't win, and I'm all depressed, and it was this and that, and then here we are, 30 years later, whatever it is, all of a sudden now I see Johnny Bean have the guy on a video, and I'm like, that guy's got my guitar.
I think the difference too is pre-internet. As a kid, when I entered a contest, in my head, I thought there was probably about 10,000 people entering. My brain could not comprehend that there might be like 3 million people entering.
Yeah.
Like, because my childhood or teenage brain could not comprehend. Even people that are not into guitars, there's people that are sweepstakes people for a living.
Yeah.
That's all they do.
Yeah.
When they
millions of people entering that.
When they had the I was 18 years old, and they announced the Lost Weekend.
Oh man,
VanHalen contest.
Yeah.
So
that guy was not too far from me.
To the post office every day after school, every day, and they ran this contest for like a month, and for every day of the week, I dropped by the post office after school, and I would 10 to 20 of them, and I would sit right there in the post office and write them all out and mail them. And my thoughts were, if it's a big giant container of them, I want a little bit of mine down there and a little bit of mine down here. So they'd be like all over the pile to maximize my odds. So as naive as I was at 18, we literally, I thought that I had an actual shot at winning this. So we got together that night, and it was a bunch of us, not 100 of us, but almost. And we're watching Martha Quinn, and the first thing she says is, we have over 1 million entries. And I'm like, Martha, sweetie, don't tell me that. And I literally, they had already contacted him a week or two before this, but when they announced that, I literally held my breath. And I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like, I know someone pretty well that won like a real Powerball lottery. And I said, did you believe that it was real? And they basically said for about 6 months, we didn't believe it.
Yeah.
Is that unreal? Like 1 in like 100 and some million chance, or 200 million or something,
When a limo comes by the
shows up to the house,
and takes me to Cobo Hall, and I walk in the back door with the passes, and I walk in and meet Ed and Dave, I believe it really, really quickly.
When you watched Lost Weekend, Tony, did you see yourself there with them when you watched the thing?
Fuck yeah.
That was you on stage, wasn't it? Getting hit with the cake?
Dude, it still hurts.
I was right on stage with you, I know.
It still hurts. But anyway.
I was actually too young that I couldn't have won anyway, but I still was watching in envy,
And Kurt only mailed in just a few. Lucky 13, he says. I mailed in 13.
He lived like 30 or 40 minutes. I don't know if he still lives there, but where he lived at the time.
Yeah.
Excuse me. It's a small Pennsylvania town.
I would love to have that guy on the show.
Hey, if he still lives there and you get in contact with him, I'll drive up and do an on-site with him.
If any of you guys know him, on social media.
Johnny's had him on
Reach
before. So
out
if you
to
talk to
them.
Johnny,
Yeah, I know that.
talk
I'm
to Johnny
saying you
Dean.
guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
All
for
right.
sure.
All right.
Yep.
So,
Definitely.
Yep.
all right. For unlawful carnal knowledge, Tommy.
All right. I think I suffered in this album from what I forget who said and what album it was, but I actually it was CK. I think it was 1984 was the album. I heard too many of the radio hits because I was in high school when this album came out, and it was like they were played all the time. So I can't do Top of the World. I can't do Run Around. I can't do any of those because they just played them too much. I mean, I love those songs, but I mean, I can't, like, that's not my favorite because I heard it way too much. My favorite on that album is Judgment Day. I love the big flutter at the beginning, and I love the two-handed tapping, which was kind of a new thing to see on a song that he did. I just love the whole thing. I love the vibe. I love the solo, the way it's kind of has like he uses the open strings and it has a free kind of feel to it. And then I love how the solo slows down, a little bit. I'm trying to think because I'm hearing it in my head. I'm trying to think what parts when I was listening to it today. When he hits the second time through the intro and he hits that harmonic and just dive bombs that. It's just perfect, like Eddie, kind of classic Eddie. And I just love that it kind of had this driving kind of, it almost felt like a car chase in the future, like kind of like if you take one of the car chase scenes from like one of the Terminator movies, that's what that song reminds me of. Like it's like this speed kind of chasing thing. I guess my runner-up for me would be Man on a Mission because I love the bass and the guitar doubling the lines, and I love the boom boom da boom 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 boom, and he's doing these minor 7 flat 5 kind of fingerings, and getting really cool jazzy sounds on some of the parts, but it's in a high gain sound. I just found that really cool. So that would be my picks.
Nice.
Cool.
Nice.
Or those would be, I guess.
All right, I'll go. I'm going straight chalk on this one. I'm going with the radio hits. First one, I'm gonna go with this.
Good, great song.
There you go.
Yeah. I'm going to open with that. Here's the thing though. I didn't like it just because it was a radio hit. I didn't like it. It's not because it seems like it's the obvious choice. I loved it because for all the reasons I just nitpicked 5150 and OU 812, the sound, this one brought Al's drums right back into the forefront. This song, like after you hear the drill bit open, all of a sudden Al's drums kick in, and it's got a heavy, wet sound. Yeah. Oh, it's got a sound that's like you're in the room, and this would kind of be a precursor to songs from some of the grunge bands of the 90s. Pearl Jam had a drum sound like that. Bush had a drum sound like that, like some of these bands. But this was in 91. This was first. And Al's drum sound was just so heavy that I really love. I felt like they were back in full force. And then I liked the fact that, with Eddie used like a 12-string guitar to like play the verses. And then, he was bringing it. So there was a little bit of the precursor of the balance sound, but the riff was dark and heavy. And I just felt like this was, CK, you mentioned, how thin the OU 812 sound was and everything. I thought that this sound played with the right speakers. This was like the sound that I wish 5150 and OU 812 had. Right, and right. This song I felt like was a great maybe example of what the album was going to be. So I liked it for all those reasons. My runner-up on this album, I don't have a whole lot to say about it, but I'm going to go with Top of the World. and it's just such a damn, it's
Oh,
so
yeah.
damn catchy and radio friendly. It's like, you know, I don't know why I feel like I have to apologize for picking it, but that's a total radio hit. Here was the thing that I loved about this, because again, Tom, we talked about this earlier, how Eddie was kind of introducing something new on every album. Just when I thought that, oh, okay, we've heard all of Eddie's talents, he pulls a new trick out of the bag. The one thing I loved about this particular song was the way he played with the harmonics, as if they were instruments by themselves. Almost like if you could imagine playing feedback as notes and using feedback as an instrument. So knowing how to, you know, harmonize, you know, you strike the right harmonic, and then you're playing with the notes with the wah-wah bar.
He knows where all those harmonics are.
Oh my God, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. But these are now background notes instead of like chorus vocals, background vocals. You got harmonic noises in the back that are adding something to the choruses of the song. And then he adds a wah-wah pedal, which I hadn't heard before. All of a sudden, Eddie's playing a wah-wah pedal. And I'm just like, mic drop. Okay, I'm out. You know?
That might be my favorite solo on the album from that tune.
Yeah.
That solo is just so good.
Yeah. You can't argue with that song.
So those are mine.
Good choice.
Lyrically, awesome too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Makes you feel good. Yeah.
Oh, well, and, you know, and the other thing too about Pound Cake that a lot of people don't talk about is right after the solo, the bridge they used to get back to the first section is just awesome. Like just song structure wise. Yeah, I love that part. You know.
Well, I heard something really. I heard something fascinating about something fascinating about the solo part. And how Eddie and Alex kind of butted heads on this. I don't know if anybody else has ever heard this story, but if you listen to the solo, it's like 8 bars, and then 4 bars. Yeah. And Alex said that, you know, apparently this is something I read in an interview. Alex said that Eddie is like, no, you got if you're going to go 8-8-8, you know, you got to keep it in the same time signature. And Eddie was like, I'm just going by feel. But Alex always said it felt like he was rushing into the rest of the song then. And so they butted heads about that. And Eddie obviously won that battle, but he was, you know, Alex said that he didn't feel like the guitar solo was finished. And Eddie was like, I'm going by feel. I don't worry about time. That's your department. I'm just going by feel. And that's the solo I wrote. And so there it is. So now it's funny. Ever since I heard that, I listen to it.
I can play that.
Yeah, that part. And then it just all of a sudden, then the vocals come back in.
And then he's like, it comes right in.
Yeah.
It does. It comes in a half a bar early.
It's funny. And I could see how a guy like Alex, who's, you know, your set is rhythm and timing and everything, I could see that bothering him.
Well, then, because the 3 feels like 1, and that's weird.
Yeah.
You know, that'll throw you off through the rest of the song. I mean, that shows what a hell of a drummer he is, though. I mean, because.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And live, if you've ever seen one, you know, when they're playing super fast and Eddie's just gacked out of his mind, and Alex is having to. Actually, like you get a not so good drummer and they're speeding up and slowing down, and the bass player and the guitar player trying to stay with them. It's the reverse. Eddie's all over the place, and Alex is keeping up with him incrementally. It's crazy.
Yeah, you almost sit there and think if Alex could never play with a click track in his ear because you have to follow Eddie.
And have you ever noticed, like when Eddie was playing on David Letterman's show? They had to follow him. Yeah. And I saw an interview and Paul was like, we had to follow Eddie because they said it's not a deficit to his musicianship. Eddie just can't follow drummers because he only ever plays with Alex, and Alex follows him.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you remember when Ed played with Mike Jackson live, when he missed his cue like hell, and Michael's like, Eddie.
Yeah, you hear him go, Eddie.
Yeah.
And Kurt 5150 said Eddie threw his 5150 guitar to Alex during a fight. That's how the headstock broke and the 7th tuner was added, I guess.
Nice. they had their fights.
Yeah, actually, I'm not. I don't mean to. I don't mean to correct the Rev, but I think that might not be true. I think Rob Johnson showed a video once of Eddie tossing his guitar to the tech,
wow.
to the tech, off, and
Tom Weber.
the strap was still on his arm. So when he tried to throw it, it went boom straight down.
Oh,
and
wow.
I think now I'm not sure if that's actually the moment it broke. But Rob Johnson showed one of his videos where Eddie meant to throw it about 30 yards across the stage to his guitar tech, and the strap got caught on him, and it went straight down to the ground. And you could see Eddie's reaction, kind of, because it was like after the last song when they're ready to come out to take their curtain call. So you can see Eddie kind of sit there for a minute and look like this, and kind of like, oh my God, what did I just do? And then.
Kurt said that was in 1989, the video you're talking about where he throws it to the tech, but it didn't break then.
Okay.
I don't know.
Kurt would know.
Kurt knows a lot. I don't know one way or another. So.
Yeah. I don't second guess Kurt.
Oh, Kurt said it was during the OU812. Oh, that was during the OU812 tour. It wasn't broken then yet, I guess.
By the way, Kurt, if you have so much to say, why don't you join us live?
Yeah, come on, bro.
we miss you, Kurt.
Yeah, man. Where are you?
Yeah, dude.
I can't wait for that response.
In here. Hop on, bro. All right. It's on you, CK.
Yeah.
I liked how when they moved into the 90s, they got away from that 80s production. It wasn't so thin. It was very dry, a lot of balls in the mix, thunderous drums, as you pointed out, Neil. Like Alex is all over this record. And kind of reminds me of their old 70s sounder with an updated 90s sheen, but the 80s were over. And thank God for that. So the two tracks I'm going to go with are Judgment Day and Pound Cake.
Good choices.
I was teetering on Pleasure Dome. It was real close, but at the last minute, I wimped out and went with Pound Cake.
Keith Campbell in the chat said Pleasure Dome and Judgment Day.
Nice.
Yeah. Those were my original picks, but then in the last minute, I made a commercial move and went with Pound Cake because memories of hearing the drill on the radio and seeing it live on MTV. It's a very definitive song of that era, and it rocks, and it's heavy, and it kind of reminds me of Fair Warning, Van Halen with a Hagar twist.
Sure, yeah.
And the drums are just pounding.
Yeah, I'll actually, the strange thing, I have this weird memory of the song. I remember being mad at the time that he switched guitar brands and went with the PV. At the time, I remember being really disappointed because I loved the 5150 so much, but the bridge, the way he bridged the gap, so to speak, was by doing a striped version of the PV, which, kind of for a short period of time, it kind of temporarily made me like, okay. I mean, he's still doing a red and white and black striped guitar, but I was so brokenhearted that he didn't play the 5150 anymore. Hey,
there he is.
Yes.
Now
you guys.
Now you said the PV, or you mean the Ernie Ball Music Band?
Music Man. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Sorry,
See, I dug the Music Man when it came out. I didn't dig the PV when it came out, though.
Okay. Yeah, I was just when it, all of a sudden he was like, he didn't have the double cutaway kind of thing and the Strat style guitar. I was like, no, what are you doing? But again, the sound of that album, this was, I mean, this was that was every bit as heavy when I first heard Pound Cake, and I didn't even know, I didn't know that was going to be like the big top 40 radio hit at the time. I just remember that was the intro. That was the first song off the next record. And I was like, oh, this sound is getting back to something compared to what, the sound of 5150 and OU812 had. I was like, all of a sudden now they're going dark again. They're going heavy. And I just remember this wailing Alex's drums in my earphones and everything, just going like, oh God, I love that drum sound.
Now, Kurt, is that the Soldano, the Soda amp on that, or is that the Marshall on Pound Cake?
He used 3 amps on that album.
Oh, that's right. He also used the
PV.
Yeah.
I had a breakdown of it somewhere, but
he used 4, but we won't get into the preamp.
Yeah, I was going to jump in earlier, but I figured if I jumped in and tried to add my songs, we would be going till 3 a.m.
According to
good
Dave
news.
Friedman,
Good news. You can start over now. Start at VanHalen 1. Go ahead.
According to Dave Friedman, he used a custom audio preamp as well on.
He did?
For Unlawful, but I don't have proof one way or another. But Dave Friedman said he was using one of those. The custom audio. It's like a 3-channel.
Yep. Yeah.
No, I don't know if you went in. I don't know if you went from that into the power amp of the Soldano when he used that one or what, because I don't think they ever took a tap off of that old Marshall to use it as a power amp in. So, but then who knows? Because also according and I'll make this quick because so we don't take forever, so we can move on. But according to Dave Friedman, when he was on Tone Talk with, I don't know, every time he's on Tone Talk and has a guest, I think it wasn't Jakey Lee, all these 80s guitar players ask him about Eddie, so they get on that topic. But he said by the time For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge era happened, that amp had basically, the Marshall had basically been completely gutted, and the transformers and all that stuff never changed at that point, but that the actual circuit board, he had bought like an original 68, brought it in and said, I need it restored. All the wiring had been chewed up and stuff just from years of use. And it was basically rewired. Like they used the same caps, but any resistors, anything were out. Basically, they used a donor amp, an original 68 as a, which was not a cheap amp to use as a donor amp, but they used that as a donor amp and replaced a ton of stuff. He said, but it was nothing that would really affect the sound of the amp per se. It was more reliability. But
it was some guy from Holland, and I got a magazine in here with an article about it.
Yeah, it was Van Wielden.
And he completely redid the whole thing except for the the transformers. He did stock.
So Van Wielden's been in there. Reinhold Bogner's been in there. Dave Friedman's been in there numerous times. John Suhr has been in that amp. Steve Fryette's been in that amp, and there's one or two more guys who've been in there. So and it's a lot of stuff's been done in that amp.
But it's still a stock plexi, really.
It's pretty stock.
Yeah, right.
Things.
It's not a
couple things done, but
it's not OEM. It's it's been upgraded, but there's not a bunch of mods.
The biggest change is the 50K pot, which makes a little difference with the negative feedback you get. You probably get like 4% more gain, but
right. Tom and I could do a show on just probably that Marshall amp by itself.
Yeah. I've read way too many long forums. Anyway, so where are we anyway?
Sorry. CK, are you still doing yours?
No.
Or are we on the fruitcake?
Yeah.
2 tracks from FUCK.
Yeah.
All right. So the obvious choice for my track off of that
flagged.
All right, so Pound Cake is mine.
They probably won't flag it though, it's 3 hours in.
Right.
Top of the World would be my honorable mention.
Nice.
On it.
I'll give mine so we can move on, but it's
You're up, Kurt.
The Dream is Over.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah. And then Pound Cake, of course. What's crazy, when I put this list together, a lot of the songs were on my list a couple weeks ago when we did our favorite solos. Yeah.
I would have picked The Dream is Over, but what did they do when they ruined the chorus of that song?
I know. You know what, Tom?
The rest of the song kicks ass.
Yeah.
The rest of the song's amazing.
Yeah.
Pound Cake.
The rest of the song is so amazing that it makes you see past it, though. Yeah.
Yep. Pound Cake second. And the solo on Pound Cake is phenomenal.
Sick.
Yeah.
Ask Kurt about the
Pound Cake.
Or actually, no, it was Neil.
What?
Ask Kurt about the 884, the bar.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about the guitar solo structure. The breakdown of the song for the guitar solo is it's 8 bars, and then 4.
Of course, Kurt knows.
Yeah, but I read an interview where Alex was saying that he told Eddie that we can't do that. Like, the guitar solo is not finished. You can't go. You have to go 8-8-8. And Eddie said something back to him like, "I just go by feel. I'm not worried about the time. Like, let's whatever." And Alex, Eddie won that argument. I just thought that was fascinating that, I mean, the two are usually, they're lockstep, everything that they do. But I thought that was very interesting because Eddie he's got drumming talent, he knows that stuff. So I found it very interesting that he was saying like, well, I'm not worried about the time. I just go with feel of it. And Alex apparently had a really hard time saying, no, we're rushing into the vocals. There should be another 4 bars for the guitar solo. Have you ever heard anything about that?
I have, and if you've heard the interview from Sammy Hagar, he used to struggle with it too. And Eddie used to tap on Sammy's foot with the beat, so Sammy knew where the song was going, so he could stay with the rhythm. He would literally tap on his foot.
Oh man!
In the studio.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I mean, awesome in the sense that we know that that's so cool that you know that. It's not awesome that they had to do that.
But that tells you that how everything he did was all just the moment, what he was feeling and where he wanted to go with it.
Absolutely. Right. That's so cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
See, glad you joined us.
I'm going to get out of here. See you guys.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for coming, everybody.
All right. So we'll start with you, Kurt, and we'll continue around the way.
Balance.
All right. Balance. This was actually my first live concert for VanHalen. I was pretty similar to Tom. I was younger, and I couldn't, go to. I could have made it to Live Right Here, Right Now. I was 15 years old, but I didn't have the money to just go buy tickets. So, Balance was the first one, and when I saw the Seventh Seal, their beginning song, it immediately was my favorite one on that album. So,
awesome.
Seventh Seal, that over-processed guitar sound, the drums. I thought the lyrics on that song were pretty heavy, so immediately it was one of my favorites. And then my honorable mention would be Feelin'.
Cool. Interesting.
Nice.
Yeah. Good one.
It's a good song.
Nice.
I like the solo. I like the solo on Feeling a lot.
Yeah. Me too. Yeah. Me too. It made my list a couple weeks ago. On that show. Yeah, great solo there.
Yeah, good one.
All right, Tommy.
So for me, my favorite track, I guess, just because for me it's like a party type track, but also I think it's a monster riff. It's also a monster reach, the first couple notes. Amsterdam.
Oh, yeah.
I love the riff. I love the intro riff, and I love the way the verses just have this like this drive to them. It's like, but just the rhythm has this like bum 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 kind of. The guitar almost has more of a drive to it, the way it functions in that song, than the actual drums themselves. I just love the push. I don't know. I just loved it. I loved it even more when I saw that video of him in the studio playing that in, what was it, 86?
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. We just.
I was going to ask you that. I'm glad you brought that up.
It's so great.
That's cool. I agree. That made me appreciate the song again. I
always loved it, but I just, and I'm a big proponent of cannabis, so it's a good tune for me too. But
I always love the verses of that song.
Yeah.
Not so crazy about the chorus there, though.
Got a pocket full
With
of
the wham bam.
money.
I think that the verses really outshine the chorus.
Yeah. The guitar, though, for me, on the chorus, I don't listen to lyrics in that one. I just listen to the guitar because he does that. That little part is like so cool. Yeah. And my honorable mention would be Seventh Seal. Just the way he moves that E shape up the neck to get obviously it's if you look at the way the song structure is, it makes sense the way he physically found his way around that song, but the way he did it and he used the suspension up, like on the 9th fret,
Mhm.
It's just a great tune. I mean, I can see why you picked
No
that as
solo
your
in that
top
song,
one.
right?
Yeah, I guess you would say. Yeah.
I don't think there was a solo in there.
There's a part where he just does this, though. It's like a whale sound.
Yeah.
That's like the breakdown, but there's not really a solo
Yeah.
per se.
Yeah.
But I love the, the monks chanting at the beginning. The ones that are,
that's goosebumps.
throat singers. That's what I meant to say. Yeah.
Yeah. All right,
Neil.
I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna do. I'm probably gonna go a little chalk on this one too, and pick some predictable song choices, but I've got reasons for them. My favorite song on this album, boy, Seven Seal is up there too. But I'm gonna go. Don't Tell Me What Love Can Do. But the reason I picked this song, I don't know if anybody else has this connection to it. I felt like this came out, like I had moved to LA from Chicago. I was pursuing a career in entertainment. I was playing in a band and I was acting and doing stuff. And within the span of right before this song came out, within the span of a couple of years, River Phoenix had died on right outside the Viper Room in Hollywood Boulevard. And then Kurt Cobain had just killed himself. And there was like this whole Generation X kind of thing where all my heroes were starting to kill themselves off. It was like a really dark time to kind of be in this entertainment business, and people were glamorizing it and making it look like doing heroin and all this stuff was great. And it's the tortured artist kind of thing. They were promoting that kind of thing. Then this song comes out, and I don't know if it affected anybody else the same way. It affected me in a way that I felt like this was kind of a response to it. It was a little bit of a Sammy Hagar's response to that type of. I could picture, because I was friends with people that were suicidal. I was friends with people that had dealt with drug addiction. I had, being in the entertainment business, they're all around you. And I remember other people saying like, "Oh, well, you guys, it's such a shame. Only love can save you. You got, blah, blah, blah." And all these people try to come out of the woodwork to try and save you and say all this other crap. And I could literally, in my head, I could hear the people like Kurt Cobain and River Phoenix and these people. I could hear them saying, "F you, don't tell me what love can do. You have no idea. You haven't lived a minute in my shoes." So it was kind of this, when this song came out, it was in a weird way, I got it. It was like a light bulb went off. And I'm like, wow. Now, I don't know if that's what Sammy meant when he wrote it, or if Ed wrote it, whatever. I don't know if that was the connection anybody else had, but that was the take I took. And it affected me in a deep, dark way. I love the song. I love the meaning, but I felt like this had more weight to it than just about most of Van Halen's stuff. And this just, it was heavy. And so for that reason, this song jumped out. I love this song. I love it. And I still hear where I was at the time when this came out, with all the deaths of celebrities between 92 to 94 and that type of stuff. So that's my song. And my runner-up would be Can't Stop Loving You, and I don't really have anything else to say about it, but it's a damn catchy pop song, and I love listening to it. I won't turn it off when it's on. So
High school
there you go.
dances.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he loves those suspended chords, man.
He does.
And a lot of songs on that album,
Yeah.
Nice.
They work well.
Can't argue with either one of those.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Nice. All right, CK.
I think I'm once aligned with my brother, Tom. The only difference is the order. I went 7th Seal, Amsterdam.
Okay.
I did exactly the same two songs, just in reverse.
Awesome.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Do you guys remember what this album was going to be called?
Mm-mm.
No? They were going to call it The Club in memory of Ed Loeffler, because he called 5150 Studios the Club, like the clubhouse. And they were going to call it The Club. And then they ended up going with Balance instead.
Didn't know that. Never heard that before.
Yeah.
Me neither. Yeah. Did not know that.
What you got, fruitcake?
Well, each time Rev's here, you always learn something.
Yeah.
Yep.
Spitting
So-
useless knowledge.
Glad he showed up, dude.
Yeah, for sure.
Can't go a whole day and not learn something.
Thank God this is just our practice round. We're going to go live in a minute. Let's start off.
Oh shit.
We've been waiting on you, Kurt.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Behind the scenes.
Yeah. All right. So the Balance album.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
Take Me Back, Deja Vu.
That's a great one.
nice.
That's the meat off that record.
That's a great one.
I like Deja Vu.
And for the obvious, to watch them come out and open that show, the Covenant Seal,
Yeah.
strong.
Yeah.
Man, the whole place just,
Mhm.
yeah.
Short hair. It was just like, what the heck?
I don't know. When he puts on that flanger after the put it in, I don't know.
Yeah, live, it was just insane. So let's see a raise of hands.
Wishing well.
Who would trade
Yeah.
Crossing Over for Strung Out on that album?
Hmm.
I just left Crossing Over out of the mix because I thought it wasn't applicable to choose. Like allowed.
No. Would you
Yeah.
trade it? Would you trade it for Crossing Over or for Strung Out in replace of that song?
Yeah, of course. Why not?
Yeah, I would
Okay.
too.
Yeah, why not?
I would too.
I don't need to hear someone ruin Marvin Hamlish's piano.
I think it would have changed the
mean-
album. I think it would have.
I can't believe that that shows you how much pull Eddie had that they put that song on the album.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have let
Yeah.
someone put that on the album if it was my decision.
All right. So we are going to move on to the next record here. And now this is
Tony's favorite album.
Best of Volume 1.
He's gonna get this
Now,
tattoo. I thought.
Oh,
this-
I thought it was Van Halen.
this album now in your picks,
Nice.
it is wide open to any old stuff too now. So
Which album were we
I
doing?
thought it was only the
Best
new
of.
song.
I did too. I thought we were just talking
I
about
thought
the
we were
new
only
ones.
choosing between three
Yeah, I
songs.
didn't prepare for this.
no,
It's easy. There's only 3 songs, Kurt.
It's either well, it depends how you want to see it, but Humans Being Can't Get the Stuff No More and Me Wise Magic.
Yeah. Okay.
It's 2 out of those 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Can't Get This Stuff No More. That's my number 1.
Nice.
I love the talk box. I thought that was cool that he brought the talk box back, even though he couldn't fit it in his mouth. He had to put it in Matt Brock's mouth while he played. And then honorable mention would be Humans Being.
nice.
Mine, well, I have the same 2 songs but reversed. I love Humans Being. I love that ever since I saw it when I saw Twister.
Oh, heavy riff.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I just love bum, bum, bum. Like, yeah, just like angry, aggressive, and I thought the chorus on that song, is lyrically maybe lacking, but melodically, melody-wise, I think is great. The shadow. I can't hit that note, but
Yeah. So heavy.
Can't hit any note.
So heavy. If you watch the video, the G string breaks halfway through, and he finishes the video off with it hanging off his guitar.
Oh, I never have to check it out again.
I've never noticed
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. There's
That's
the
song
second
I
piece.
love too.
All right. So for mine, I listened to all 3 of these songs, and I got to be honest with you. I thought the lyrics were horrible on all three of them. I thought they were really lacking on all three. So just for me being because this was at a point where I was kind of coming into my own with a lyric. I was writing more lyrics than guitar parts now for songs because I was trying to sell music and stuff like that. So lyrics started to mean something to me, and I just didn't feel like these had anything worthy. So to pick my song choices, then I took the lyrics out, and I just went with melody and song structure and chords and stuff like that. So for that reason, I put Me Wise Magic at the top. I actually liked the music of that. If you take David Lee Roth out of the equation, I think that's an awesome song. And I love that. And I would have Humans being second for the same reason that you guys said. Just the riff just kills. It's just awesome. I just wish those songs would have had somebody rewrite the lyrics to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Dave on those two songs was not at his best.
No, he wasn't.
No.
Oh, it took him forever to track him. I mean, it took him a while. He was struggling.
Yeah. All right, CK.
I echo Neil on this one. I went with Me Wise Magic 1 and Humans Being 2. I did exactly what Neil did.
All right. So my favorite, and it has been since it came out, is Can't Get This Stuff No More.
Nice.
Got me a date with a supermodel. Yeah, love it.
I mean, that chorus is strong.
I like Humans Being 2. Me Wise Magic 2. But
So I picture David Lee Roth. You know, he brought in a palm tree and a couple spotlights and put him in the vocal booth in 5150 Studios. And every time I hear Can't Get That Stuff No More, I always imagine him sitting in a stool with like a palm tree next to him, you know, wearing suspenders and high-rise pants.
Right.
The one thing I can't get over though in the Me Wise Magic is that chorus, man. It's like yeah. Me Wise Magic. It sounds like I hate to say it, but like a rapey uncle singing to you.
Yeah, and
it just does not sound good.
And the sustainer's going wonkers, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But the music, I mean, Neil's right. The music's great on it.
Mm-hmm.
Dave was a little out of practice at the time.
Yeah, Keith Campbell said the spats that Dave was wearing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, his whole look. All of a sudden, he was like doing like
mom jeans and like.
No, he was like it would like I'd literally picture him being in Newsies on Broadway or something like that with the cab driver cap, you know, like newspaper, sir.
Yeah, well, shoes with the white and black shoes.
Spats. That's what spats. Yeah.
Oh,
that was it.
Oh yeah, like the penguin shoes. Yep.
Yeah. My order though on those new songs are Can't Get This Stuff No More, Humans Being, and then Me Wise Magic.
Cool.
But I like them all.
Yeah.
I've got that in the car right now. Actually, yeah.
The best gift was the best stuff video, the VHS or DVD with all the videos on one. I still have mine, but that was cool to have all the videos on one.
Yeah,
you have it on VHS.
Yeah, VHS and
really?
on DVD. Yeah.
Well, when it came out later, you got it on DVD.
Oh man.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Do you have the original without a net on VHS? Do you have the original on that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, and then I have Live Right Here, Right Now on Laserdisc.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is that the only format you have it on? Just that?
Oh no, I have it on DVD too. Still wrapped. It hasn't been opened.
Oh, unopened.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm a collector nerd. I'm a nerd.
Ooh, I like that stuff.
We are gonna move on to our favorite Van Halen album.
Tony's favorite.
This one's rough.
Best of both worlds.
No, Kurt, it's your favorite album.
No, there's one in between. Oh no, he's right.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
That one.
Oh, you have the cool original in the tin can.
Wait, Kurt, let me address.
Doesn't it come with like little cards or something?
Knee World or Nay World or whatever. That's your favorite track, I think. That's my guess.
New World.
Either that or From Afar.
So it's Ballad or a Bullet. No. I would say Once is probably my favorite off that album. I really wanted to love Gary Sharon. My older brother, Extreme, was one of his favorite albums. So when
Wrong band, yeah.
When they picked him up, we were like high-fiving, like,
I love it.
Best day ever, you know. But live, awesome. Van Halen 3 tour was phenomenal. I thought they killed it. You know, they brought out Unchained. He did Why Can't This Be Love? Yeah. You know, he did everything. So it was really cool. Michael Anthony did Somebody Get Me a Doctor. He sang the whole song by himself.
Yeah, right.
But it was a good tour. Runner-up would be Year to the Day for my second song.
Yeah. Nice.
And I actually, this album's okay. I still listen to it once in a while. Just because I think Eddie's got some little gems in there that you got to find.
Kurt, is that your Street Date copy? You got the tin release when it came out on Street Date?
No, I bought this later.
Like on the internet, aftermarket?
Yeah. I have all the tins, all the balanced tins. I think the blue one is right here.
I could say something really. I'll go ahead.
They're all different singles. This one's Amsterdam, and then there's like a few other songs on it. This is Don't Tell Me What Love Can Do, and this is Can't Stop Loving You, Neil's favorite song. There you go.
I use these to keep.
Oh, Pixin.
That's next.
And there's one more I'm missing. It's a silver one, and it's rare.
So they kind of started that tin on the Balance tour, using it with singles, and then carried it over to the album.
Yeah, and this came with the pink pick, a pink Van Halen pick.
Yeah, and it has like little cards in it, right? Like 4 different cards or something.
I went the opposite of Kurt because I'm very OCD, and it was driving me literally too much, giving me too much craziness to know that I couldn't have all of the stuff. So I just started getting rid of all of it. Because if I can't have all of it, it's better for me to have none of it.
Oh, so you're like a baseball card collector. You got to get them all, right?
Yeah.
But because I couldn't have them all, I started getting rid of it. So I'm in the process of I digitized my CD collection and then donated it to the local library. And I have like 31 years worth of continuous music backed up in quadruplicate. What else do I need? You know what I mean? I don't need and I can get it all on the internet. And I think for me, and it's not, I'm not saying anything negative with collecting it. For me, it was a personal thing. It was a paradigm shift because it was creating mental stress for me to have all this physical stuff around me. I do a lot better mentally if I have less stuff physically around me.
Yeah, see, all my Van Halen CDs, they're all stowed away. I got rid of most of mine, but these are more of they're like decorations.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, like none of them have ever been played.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they just sit here like there's decorations.
They remind me of shoe polish cans.
Yeah,
they do. They do.
Kiwi shoe polish.
At least from
there's foam in there.
Baseball glove, you know?
Yeah. That's exactly what it looks like.
It's like kiwis,
They're neat.
And the one little twist thing on the side to pop it up.
Yeah. Saddle soap.
Yep. So
where are we at?
All right, Tom.
Let's go.
For me, strictly because of the riff, I picked my favorite is Fire in the Hole.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I just dug the riff. I thought the riff was cool. This song didn't knock me out, but and I guess for me, my honorable mention, I would have to go with the only one I remember they played on the radio, Without You, because I think that has the strongest hook on the album, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's got a
What's the
strong
first
chorus.
one, Tom?
Fire in the hole.
I'm sorry, Fire in the Hole. Just push play.
Yeah, so I struggled with this one. I really struggled with this, especially because, as I already kind of described or alluded to, at this point, I really wanted to start paying attention to lyrics. I was already, Eddie could do no wrong in my eyes. So now I was starting to really pay attention to the messages. And this was coming out at a time where in the 90s, musical trends had shifted. Bands had messages. Bands had something to say. And I wanted this to say something. And I struggled with the fact that it was either really depressing or really political. But there was just a whole lot of nothing. And I was in poetry classes and stuff like that and songwriting classes. And I thought Gary Cherone I loved his voice, and I thought he had a really strong voice. I thought he tried too hard to sound like Sammy Hagar, almost to the detriment of his vocals, because there were sometimes you couldn't understand what he said because he was trying to do a Sammy Hagar thing. But more importantly, I thought the lyrics were just terrible on this album. So for that reason alone, I went with, this was just not the party band that I loved, that I grew up with. It wasn't that. So I kind of cheated in this category. Kurt kind of did it with the last album. I'm doing it now. I went with "That's Why I Love You" as my song, because that was the song.
I love that song.
That was the song that they left off to put Josephina on, and so I actually love that song. I actually love that song. So I know it wasn't on the album, but that's my favorite from that era. So I'm going with that. And then the backup would either be Tom's choices, "Fire in the Hole" or Without You. And the music is great. I agree. Without You's got a great hook. It's got a great chorus. The music is great. The lyrics just kind of tainted everything for me in this era. And I have no problem with Gary Cherone. I didn't like him as a lyric writer for this band. And that's
Gary.
Maybe there's a way that we can work it out.
I see what you did there. Great singer. He was doing a political stand. If you guys remember, after he left Van Halen, he started Tribe of Judah, and that first album was really, really political, right? He was pushing the envelope as far as what he was writing about, and I think that started with Van Halen.
Yeah.
He probably had too much freedom as far as,
I think somehow that guy, once he got in Van Halen, he felt like that he had to change into whatever. And if you look back at his earlier stuff, if he'd have just been himself, kept the long hair, had a little more edge to him, it might have gone over a little better.
Yeah.
Real quick, and we'll go to CK. I know it's late, but did any of you guys listen to Mitch Malloy's last interview, or the one he did for Rolling Stone? Did you read it?
Yeah. You turned me on to that.
Yeah, so he went to see Van Halen 3 in Nashville, and it was towards the tail end of the tour, and went backstage, and Eddie was kicking stuff around and was cussing and was pissed, and he's like, the fans don't like this. They're not buying in on this. And he asked Mitch, what do we do? And Mitch said, bring back David Lee Roth.
Wow.
And then like 2 months later, Gary was gone in November.
Now, where into the tour are they at Nashville? How many months in are they at that point?
We can look it up. I'll look it up.
I opened that
while you're talking.
CK,
Kurt's gonna know. CK, give us your picks.
Oh yeah, that's easy to get out of the way. I actually copied Kurt. My number one is Once, because it's got the Floydian spacey weirdness, and it's kind of reminds me of 90s Floyd. Although I prefer 70s Floyd. I'm a Waters guy. But at least they tried something different, so I give them A for effort on that. Without You.
I don't even count 90s Floyd, sorry.
Horrible radio track they tried to ram down our throats. When this album came out, we got a promo in our office, and I was a big Van Halen fan, and so was my cohort who got this record. After hearing the album a few times, I was like, I don't need to call for that. I don't need that. I don't need that in my library.
Yeah.
My friend though saw the tour and it was actually a great tour, so I missed out on that. I judged the record by the tour, which was a mistake.
I was in college and absolutely broke at that point, so there was no way I was going to that concert.
Yeah.
August 8th is when they did Nashville, and then they finished.
And that tour started like around March, didn't it?
Yeah, and they finished in December in Tokyo.
Yeah, I think I tuned out right when the video for Without You came out, and Eddie was wearing like his panda hat from Hot Topic, and I was just like, "What are you guys doing?" They were dressed like they all had pajamas on, playing in the.
I watched that today. That was a rough watch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was, because I mean, you guys are 40.
Yeah.
You guys are 40. Like,
Alex is wearing a bright orange shirt.
He was wearing Marty McFly's vest from Back to the Future, but he was orange.
Kurt, you're a Van Halen purist. This video did not speak Van Halen to me.
No,
Something was way off.
no, they're in an ice cave. And
Eddie
Ed was wearing those gloves.
He adopted the hobo gloves. It was the hobo glove era.
Yeah.
Just like
Now,
2004 to 2007 was the hobo shoe era. This was the hobo glove era.
Yeah.
If the song was good, it would have sold you. But it's a complete breakdown of not only visually and audio wise. You're like, what am I?
Do you remember the video too? It was almost like stop motion animation that was then reanimated into a motion video, and it really messed with you when you watch it because they were like jumping around like this.
It was like you just did a bunch of bath
girl with
salts.
the martini.
Yeah, and you know what it was like? It was like,
Ice
wait,
chair.
how can we make this shittier than it is already?
Yeah.
I know.
When I went and saw
So you're in a
this
cave.
tour, when I went and saw this tour,
What a mess.
I
Luke
only saw
Skywalker.
this tour once,
Okay.
but I mean, knowing who Gary was, it was almost looking up there like they got a guy off the street and
Threw him in a
said,
suit.
"Hey,
Yeah.
you want to sing tonight?" And he just went up there and rocked it as best he could, doing those Van Halen songs. And it almost made me think, like, hey, wait a second. Those are our songs, dude. Well, what are you doing? You know? I mean, dude, let me come up there. And I have more of a right to come up there. And, it just made you feel those types of things.
It
hurt you personally, Tea Cake.
Yeah, it did. It was
You know what
like,
it's like, Tony, you paid good money for a ticket, and it was like a concert goer won a contest and got to sing for the night.
Like a
Right.
karaoke guy.
right. It was. I mean,
But he's semi-decent.
it was, but
For me,
it
it was-
was. I mean,
Bob from
It was
Toledo, Ohio will be singing with Van Halen tonight. Bob's like, yeah!
it was like,
He works at the
that's
7-Eleven.
not Sammy Hagar, and it damn sure ain't David Lee Roth.
Yeah.
Because Sammy played, he sang 3 David Lee Roth songs for how many years? He just kind of beat him to death.
Talking about love, jump in Panama.
Yeah, that was it. And so they did Unchained. They did Mean Streets. They did When It's Love. They did Why Can't This Be Love? They did Romeo's Delight. They did I'm the One.
Oh, yeah.
Dance the Night Away. Jamie's Crying. Feel Your Love Tonight. And Somebody Get Me a Doctor. And then Ain't Talking About Love. And Panama and Jump. So like that, when I saw him, I was just blown away. They were playing all this old Van Halen stuff. That's why I liked it. Because I got to see Eddie do Unchained and Romeo Delight. That was cool.
Are there video of those ones? Because I haven't looked at those ones.
Australia would be a good one to watch.
I think Kurt, deep in his heart, he knew the album wasn't selling well, and he knew he had to put together a killer set list with him as a front. Let's face it, Eddie knew he didn't have the right front guy. He knew.
Okay, so they brought their second album to Warner Brothers, and they said, "Not good enough. Go back to the drawing board. We need hits. Your last album bombed." He came back again with a more content, and they said this isn't working, and then they fired him.
I read an interview with Gary though where he talked about, you know, the one thing he wished in hindsight was that he would have had a chance to go on tour with the band before they did an
First.
album.
Right.
And get it. He could have got his feet wet. He could have got the fans acclimated to him singing all the songs and everything instead
Chemistry.
of throwing. Instead of throwing it. And I totally agree with him. I absolutely completely agree with him. I think
his view was we got to do a record.
Yeah.
Well, we did. It worked with Sammy. It worked for Sammy. He was trying to catch lightning in a bottle again.
Yeah.
Well,
it's happened twice. It's happened with Van Halen and AC/DC. Right. How could another band do it twice? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Both those bands got lucky because sometimes it goes the other way. You know.
Sure. Yeah, I can't. But I got, you know, but then, you know, at the risk of, you know, kind of beating a dead horse right now, I still kind of feel like at some point in the recording process of that album, the guys had to look at, you know, they had to listen to what Gary was writing and be like, this is not, what are we doing? You know, I mean, like I said, you know, I have no knocks against Gary as a singer, but the stuff he was writing, this political, dark, you know, depressing stuff, you know, and bad poetry and stuff, you know, you kind of got to wonder at that point, why didn't Eddie just say, this doesn't work before we put the album out and cut bait then? Let Gary off the hook, if anything.
And to the viewers, we're not knocking Gary's talent. It's just
no, I never did. I've never knocked him as a singer.
Yeah, it wasn't the right fit for Van Halen. It's much like when Bruce Dickinson left Iron Maiden and they got Blaze Bayley. Supposedly, Blaze Bayley does decent solo records, but put him in Iron Maiden, it doesn't work. You know what I mean?
Right. All right. So they put this Best of Both Worlds album out with some new tunes.
Wait, did did you do your picks from Van Halen 3?
I did. No, I did not. Or didn't I? Okay.
You're trying to get out of it.
Yeah, you're trying to get out.
No, my picks.
He told us his picks was his experience seeing it live.
Yeah.
He was robbed.
I was robbed.
We never got to the songs though. We got ripped off.
My picks are mirrors Tom's. Fire in the Hole is the song off that album. Without You is right behind it.
Yeah.
You can't argue with Fire in the Hole. It's a good song.
Did they do that live?
Mm-hmm.
Fire in the Hole. Did they do the single too, Rev?
Yep.
You?
Yep. Best of Both Worlds.
Mm-hmm.
I like this album because they remastered some of the Sammy stuff, you know, off OU812. If you listen to that compared to the regular tracks, it's night and day difference.
Yep.
I didn't really dig the 3 songs that they put on this album. I can't pick Up for Breakfast because I think it's the worst lyrical writing since Gary Sharon. So I would say It's About Time, and then Learn to See would be number 2. But I do not like Up for Breakfast. I don't know. He's basically singing about waking up and wanting to get laid.
Morning Wood.
Yeah. Tonewood.
So I'll make this quick. For the same reasons, picked different ones.
There you go. Perfect.
I did not pick Learning to See because I almost vomited when I listened to it today.
Oh, it's bad.
I did pick Up for Breakfast because I pulled a Neil and I skipped the lyrics in my head. And I just want that's some great guitar playing.
Yeah.
And it's just the rhythm. It's a dum, bum, 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 you know. And then so I had my number 2 as It's About Time. Horrible lyrics, but I thought the melody was passable. So Learning to See, I just couldn't. If I could skip all 3, I would, but Learning to See, I just couldn't do it. But so I had Up for Breakfast, and then It's About Time.
Sammy's last couple solo albums after he left Van Halen, I didn't think were that good. The lyrics were kind of.
I don't like
kind
any
of,
Sammy solo, so I don't know.
Yeah, they kind of followed this same.
Yeah.
I think.
If I ever have to hear 3 Lock Box again, I'm gonna smack him upside the head with the lock.
Or Little White Lie.
Nice. All right. This is gonna be funny. So I'm going to talk about. I'm going to read my notes, Kurt. I'm going to read my notes for Up for Breakfast. Okay. This is what I wrote down. I started at this point. I was already tired of Sammy on For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge being a 40-something-year-old guy writing about trying to get laid. Now this is 10 years later. Sammy's still writing about trying to get laid. So those are my notes about the lyrics on that song.
We're on the same page.
Sammy's going through a divorce, wasn't he? Going through his divorce then?
For Unlawful, he was.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. Yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean, it's like, dude, every song is about you trying to go out and get laid. Like, come on, man. Now you're 50. Like, stop. It's about time. I didn't have as much a problem with as Kurt did. I think it was just because I feel like after the Gary Sharon experiment, I felt like this was just kind of a welcome back to party music kind of thing, and I was okay with that. It was kind of a breath of fresh air. The thing about Learning to See that I wrote down, and this is surprising. This goes against everything that I've said so far the entire night. This is one of the songs that I actually had no problem with the lyrics. I didn't think the music fit the song at all. Like the two didn't go hand in hand at all. I felt the verse music didn't match the chorus music at all. I felt like they were way too disjointed. And then on top of that, none of it matched the lyrics. Now, obviously, Eddie probably wrote all the music first and then had Sammy put lyrics to it. Chances are, because they are so far off the spectrum from each other in this song, I feel like Sammy didn't write lyrics to this. This is what was in his notebook, and that's what he did. That's what he said, I'm just going to do this. He didn't try to listen to the music and write something original to it. And that's a shame. In hindsight, like looking back on it, I feel like Sammy's lyrics are not terrible in this. I feel like they could have been better served. He should have held on to them for another song. But they go together as a complete freaking mess. And it's just like none of it matches. The music doesn't work. The chorus doesn't match the verse. Like all of it, it's kind of a mess. So that's where I'm at with these. But I would say, like, if I had to, kind of put it all together, I think It's About Time is probably the one I had the least problem with. And it's because Gary Sharon left me so feeling like depressed and sad, and like this was not the party band I wanted. So all of a sudden I was like, okay, fine. They're doing party music again. And I was cool with that. So there it is.
So your number one pick is It's About Time?
Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
What? Not the breakfast song.
Yeah, second would be Up for Breakfast, because I thought
Learning to See is Up for Breakfast.
Yeah, Learning to See was just a mess. It was terrible. Yeah, but I'm not a fan of any of them, but that's where I fall on each of them. I mean, I'm trying to find redeeming qualities in all the stuff for the purpose of this, but it's this was just, I just felt like at this point I thought after Van Halen 3 there was nowhere they could go but up, but
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
All right, CK.
All right, this is a rough one. If I had known we could have picked songs off the greatest hits that weren't the 3 new songs.
Right.
Yeah. You could do the live songs.
I didn't follow the rules right. I thought it was only those 3 songs. So when
I thought it was only those 3 too, yeah.
I thought that was absolutely horrendous. Horrendous. So because of that, by default, I'm going Kurt's way. I'm going It's About Time and Learning to See. But that's like trying to pick 3 songs. 2 out of 3 songs that are all
yeah, I feel the same way.
That would never make a Van Halen record in my mind. If we thought the Sharon record was bad,
they put Strung Out on this too.
If you take both of our picks and you average all 4 of us, it looks like It's About Time is the one that we could overall tolerate the most. So I'm curious which one Tony picks out of the 3.
Could be a deal breaker.
I think Up for Breakfast is the worst of the 3.
See, that's where Neil and I agree, and you and Kurt agree.
Yeah. Yeah, but I feel like we're splitting
Neil and I
hairs
didn't
at this
like learning
point.
to see.
They sent that song to radio.
Which milk is more sour, right?
Yeah.
I lived through it.
Yeah. I know.
Saw that.
So Tony,
All right,
what is it?
Tony, be the tiebreaker. Be the
right.
tiebreaker.
Always a skip.
Yeah, always.
All right.
Always.
So we're not. Learning to See is the song off the three. I like the.
Wow. Okay, all of us are wrong then.
The low, the slow groove in the guitar there.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Could have gone on for minutes and minutes and minutes and minutes. You know.
It did.
For me, it was like stepping on Legos. It didn't matter which Lego it was.
Oh.
But I would have to say the runner-up, you know, music-wise, Up for Breakfast.
Oh, thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
But yeah, no, I like the slowed down. I don't love it, but I like it.
Yeah.
Of the three. And I hate to talk bad about any Van Halen songs, and I'm not gonna, but it is what it is, you know. I mean, you know, it's
every chef burns something once in a while.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even people that like beer hate certain types of beer. You know, you could say it about anything, you know. I mean,
every album you'd love to say does not have a skip.
Right. Never skip.
10 out of 10.
Oftentimes,
10 out of 10.
oftentimes with these great
I
songs,
love Andrew.
Not a
10
skip,
out
a
of 10.
skip.
Skip.
Tony, oftentimes with these greatest hits packages, though, they're not real albums. The record company's putting their hits together and they're saying, come up with material, and they got nothing, and it shows.
Yeah.
You know?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, you're right, CK.
Never a skip.
Never a skip.
Cobra Kai platoon.
There he is.
Cobra Kai made it. That's so good.
Dude, he's the bomb.
Never a skip.
So good. Never a skip. My favorite is 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10.
Yeah. 10 out of 10. All right. Yeah.
All right. So we are marching on to the final.
Let's try and turn a corner. Let's turn a corner.
Okay. Let's turn a corner.
Different kind of truth.
Yeah. Kurt, what did you like from Adcott?
I like it. There you go. Number 1, Big River.
Okay.
I love the riff. What's the original song from the club days? Something Woman, right?
She's the woman.
She's the woman. No, that's on the album.
No, Big River was
Big River was
Woman in Love. No, not what was Big River was an old song. I can't think of the name.
Anyway, so that's my favorite song on the album. I just love the groove of it. And then I'll find it while you guys do your pick.
Yeah.
But As Is would be my second one.
Nice.
Just if you guys anyone watch that live?
No.
That tour?
No.
That riff.
What now?
I had very young.
Did you see the Different Kind of Truth tour live?
Yeah, Different Kind of Truth.
Yeah.
That riff is the gnarliest, growliest, dirtiest, lowest, darkest guitar I've ever heard Ed play. And when he just went into that song, I was just like, oh, you could feel it in your chest. Immediately, I like that song, just hearing it live.
Cool.
Awesome. I love it. Yeah, Big River, I'm a fan of that. That solo made my top 5 list, so that's huge
cool.
love affair with that song.
Nice.
All right.
So me, it was Out of Space.
Nice.
Just love the intro riff. Love it. Love the whole thing. Just that OG kind of vibe. And keeping with that, my honorable mention was "She's the Woman."
Yeah.
Just that kind of almost like a hard rock still, but like a groove to it, you know.
All right, so I'll go, and I'm only laughing, Tom, because you like read my nose. She's the Woman is my number one song off that album, and I thought that when I thought was probably one of the most classic sounding Van Halen songs I'd heard in a decade. And it had all the elements that brought me back to what made them great in the first place, why I love them, which makes sense because it was written in the 70s. You know, it's one of those songs that was from one of the leftovers things. But I love the bass line, I love the guitar tone, I love the solo. And lyrically, I thought it was funny because it was one of the few times that there were a lot of this record. Dave kind of wrote stuff that was a little airy-fairy. He kind of went off on this spiritual journey and tried to find like redemption. And there was like this journeyman's kind of lyricism to a lot of the stuff that he wrote, which I could, you know, it was neither here nor there. Didn't offend me, didn't do much for me, just whatever. But this was one of the times that he went back to like his old school style of just writing about a girl and the stuff that made David Lee Roth why we loved him. And there was just something about that. I loved the fact it brought me back to like them being teenage boys in the 70s in Pasadena and just trying to break out. And, you know, everything was about partying, drinking, getting laid, stuff like that. I loved. And one of the best lines on this entire album is in this song. She's got a doorbell sign that says, "Bring it or don't ring it." When I heard that, I was like, they're back. They're back. That's the band that I've been waiting for. That's the band I've been waiting for a decade. So I have, that was it. That was it. And again, like, you know, it's the sound, like you said, Kurt, seeing him this live, it was dark. It was heavy. It was brown. It was all the stuff that I missed. So that was awesome. And then my runner up is You and Your Blues. I loved You and Your Blues. I loved the riff. I thought, the more I listened to it, yes, the lyrics got a little cliche with the nods to every other song that was out there. You know, there was a little bit of overkill on that aspect, but it had a sound and a groove that I liked, and it brought me back to the old Van Halen albums, and I was okay with like him giving, you know, modern music nowadays, all people like give nods to nostalgia and stuff like that. That's what's in right now. That's the trend in songwriting. So I had no problem with it. And those two songs, I like this was, considering now looking back on the fact that this is the last album we got from this band. This is the last of it. I'm so glad that they ended with this. It kind of like I would have it would have broken my heart if they went out after Best of Both Worlds or after Van Halen 3. If that would have been the last thing that we heard from this band, it would have broken my heart.
Right.
And I'm so glad that this is the way they went out. It's not my favorite Van Halen album. It's not their best Van Halen album, but it showed that they could still bring it. And I was happy with that. So that's where I'm at.
We talked about
Big Trouble.
That's the demo?
Yeah, Big Trouble. Look it up.
Nice.
It's just like Big River. It's awesome.
Yeah,
it
is.
Big Trouble.
Good song.
Right.
Good song.
See, I was thinking Chinatown for some reason, and it's because when I heard Big Trouble, I was thinking Big Trouble.
Little China. Yes.
I knew there was some China reference.
Kurt Russell.
Yeah.
He should have sang Van Halen 3.
I know.
All right, sorry, Tony. I interrupted you.
No.
Big Trouble.
We talked about this.
Yes.
Kurt, did you find out what the name of the woman's song is that became?
It was Big Trouble.
Yeah,
so
no, it wasn't.
Big River was Big Trouble. So literally, they just changed the name to River instead of Trouble.
She's the Woman.
Right, but
stayed
also,
the same.
She's the Woman you said was referencing
Stayed the same.
the song.
It stayed the same.
Stayed the same.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had them mixed up.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I got it now.
All right,
Big
CK.
Trouble.
All right, CK, what do you got?
What do I got?
Yeah, what do you got?
Out of Space, number 1.
Cool.
I like how Tom thinks. I had that down. I know a lot of people aren't down with that song.
Great tune.
It's really weird. I love it.
Okay.
And I agree with everything Neil said. If they had gone out on 3 or Best of Both Worlds, it would have been a shame for a monstrous band like Van Halen. But like you said, it's not their best album, but it's an acceptable swan song. We can live with it.
Yep.
And it's cool that they went full circle with Roth and Wolfgang. That's a really cool ending too. And that they went back and honored their past and picked up demos and instead of trying to write new songs that would probably with Roth probably wouldn't have worked anyway.
Yeah.
And the other track, Beats Working.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Nice. Very nice.
I like a lot of the songs on the record, but those are my 2 favorites.
We talked about this record backstage, and when this album came out at their age and at this stage of the game, I didn't expect a whole lot, but I must say this album went way past my expectation.
Agreed. Totally. Yes, it did.
Yeah, it was better than expected.
I didn't know what to expect. I wasn't expecting. I was like, what in the world is this going to be?
You know, and maybe that served the album well, that I think all of us, I had low expectations of them getting back together. I remember all the talk, and when David, you know, when this was coming, they were doing warm-up shows in LA.
He gone.
Did he freeze?
I think he's just frozen. He might come back.
He's froze.
Last time when he froze, he came back after like
they did a tour in 07, right, Tony? And
yeah, I saw that.
Then this album came out, yeah.
And it went into 08 a bit.
07 and 08.
Moved him.
And then they put this in 12 and went on tour in support of it.
Still here? Hello.
There
Ed
he
was
is.
sober. He was sober when I saw him in 08 in 2007.
I thought he was sober when I saw him in November of 07, but Lenny Lou tells me otherwise. I don't know the timeline.
Ed was getting sober.
He got sober right at the end of the tour.
Depending what show you saw, right, Tony?
Yeah.
Well, he was from the time Wolf and them got Dave back and got out on the road, stayed on the road a year or so. He was coming off the booze, and by the time they made this record and got back out on the road in 12, he was clean, and he stayed that way. And obviously from 07 to 12, he got better. From 12 to 15, he got better too.
Yeah.
So but he was getting off the stuff on that 07-08 tour.
Yeah, I saw him in December in Seattle, but he went to rehab after the Florida show, right?
Well, yeah.
I saw him in November.
It was tail end of, it was Sunrise. February is when they took 8 weeks off. February, so he was drunk as a skunk when I saw him.
When you saw him in Seattle in December?
He had to have been.
I saw him in Boston in November, early November. So he was drunk at that show?
Yeah, he went to rehab in February 20th. The Sunrise show is the one where he walked off stage
he played
and
way
knocked
better
off.
than he did in 04. In 07, when I saw him with Roth, as opposed to 04 with Hagar,
yeah,
he fooled me. I was 12 rows back on his side. I didn't know. I thought he played so much better. In 04, he was...
Agreed.
He was a mess, yeah. He gets better in 07.
I thought he was great in 07.
Any of the 07 footage I've seen pales in comparison to the 2015.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
His guitar solo was awesome.
It's exactly
way back on his game.
Effortless.
Yeah.
He did his guitar solo. His guitar solo his game was down.
Yeah, in 2007, he was struggling to play Eddie Van Halen. In 2015, he was Eddie Van Halen.
Yeah.
Like you said, Tony, effortless in 2015.
Yeah. Like I was saying right before my screen cut out a minute ago, I was just saying, like, I think maybe it served the album well that I personally had low expectations when they were coming back, because the stuff that I had heard leading up to, even before David Lee Roth joined the band again, I wasn't impressed with and wasn't happy with. And I'd heard all this stuff about Eddie's problems. So I just had no expectations. So that's why I think the album, maybe, I'd lowered the bar a lot. And it was a welcome surprise. I was really happy with it when that came out.
Yeah, now looking back on it 9 years later, it's kind of an underrated, I wouldn't say classic, but underrated for what it was.
I think it's very underrated. I think a lot of people don't. It slides under the radar.
I'll start with my honorable mention.
Okay.
All right. You ready for this?
Shocker.
That is my honorable mention right there.
That was my number 3 on my list when I was paring down.
A lot of people don't like this song.
I've
always liked it ever since I heard it.
I love it.
Yeah, I like the video. Yeah.
How can you not like Swap Meet Sally, Tramp Stamp Cat, Mouse Wife to Mom Shell in the time it takes to get this new tattoo? I mean, come on.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I didn't like it when I first heard it, but I love it now. But I had to listen to it like 15 times before I liked it.
Yeah. And my number 1 pick of this, ready for this? Hard slider. Stay Frosty.
Oh, I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised at all.
I knew you wouldn't be.
No one picked Blood and Fire.
I'm not. No, you're right. I knew that this was going to be Tony's pick because he's alluded a number of times to like in the acoustic tracks, and he's before referenced Ice Cream Man being like, there's Take Your Whiskey Home. There's
anything
a lot
with
of
food.
stuff.
He likes anything with food.
Exactly. This song is just a trip to Wendy's.
Yeah.
Anything with women, whiskeys, or tattoos.
Yeah, he's good.
And Tony, how do you keep your tattoos nice?
Yep. Ink. Yeah, showcase.
There it is. Bing. Ink, the original.
Nice.
Rub it all over yourself.
That moment was like Michael Jackson calling Eddie because he missed his cue. Eddie,
Yeah, exactly.
Eddie.
That's right.
Nice. Yeah.
All right, boys. What time is it, Tom, where you're at?
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
Oh, you got school tomorrow?
2:23.
You got work tomorrow?
I have to get up in 2.5 hours.
Mine's not that bad, but
you know what? Then why don't we skip doing our third songs, okay? Because I don't think we have the. Just kidding. I'm just I was ready to do 3 and 4 next, but I don't think we have the time for that.
I'm going to Florida tomorrow until the 29th. I'm out.
Nice.
So I won't see you guys next week. We're going to Orlando.
So that's why you're up late on us. That's why you're up late because it's not a school night, right?
Yeah.
Nice.
Welcome to the East Coast, dude.
Actually, I'm gonna be in Chicago next weekend too. So there's.
Oh, cool.
There you go.
Nice.
My aunt lives in Arlington Heights.
Nice.
And CK, where are you at?
I'm on the East Coast, like tea cake. So it's 2:30 in the morning.
You guys are insane in the membrane.
It's tea cake, me, and CK.
And then Neil and I are West Coast.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just getting ready to go out tonight.
Crazy.
So maybe.
Yeah, you got to get me up. There you go. Northwest, and then what?
Yeah, there it is.
Tom, take off.
West versus East.
I don't know where. There he is.
It said Error. Oops, something went wrong.
We're trying to get the United States map going here with all of us. There we go.
There it is.
There it is. There it is. All right.
Nice. Well done.
I feel better now. I've been looking down at Neil all night.
I
Literally.
guess
You've looked down at me since you met me.
I know.
I have
that
Tom in my
makes
box,
this
but I have
the Mason-Dixon line.
Yeah.
That's about right. That's about
West
right.
of the Mississippi.
Yeah.
Tony, then me, and then CK. That's about right.
Cool.
Does it appear out there different than here? Because I have Rev up in my area, and he's on the West Coast. He should be down with Neil and T-Cake. You should be up with me.
I'm in by Seattle.
He's northwest.
Right.
I'm southwest.
You're in
So
my
he's
row,
got-
though.
Rev is as
Tom.
far north as you.
Yeah. I'm 2.5 hours from Canada.
I should be kind of in the middle of you and T-Cake a little bit, but it's not really possible, I guess, to do it that way.
There's geography by CK.
There we go. Now we have, that's
We're
that's
trying
close,
here,
yeah.
man. We're trying.
That's pretty close. Yeah.
All
You're
right.
really far north, aren't you, Kurt?
Yeah.
So what's your weather been this week?
Hot. So it's desert. It's
Yeah.
like 89, 90.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Is it dry?
Yeah. 98 tomorrow.
Now, what is it though? Once the sun goes down,
Well, right now it's 72.
it drops like almost like 20, 30 degrees, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. And we get a couple feet of snow in the winter.
Yeah.
We get all
You
four
all of
seasons.
it.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, kids. We are gonna cut out of here. You got anybody got any last words?
Bye.
It's good hanging with you guys. Happy
Anybody-
Father's Day.
Anybody, yeah. Happy Father's Day to everybody out there. Happy Father's Day to you guys as well as everybody who's still watching. To people that stayed with us this entire show tonight, we applaud you. You guys are amazing. Thank you guys for tuning in and watching. And we apologize.
It has been a long one. Keith
What she
Campbell,
said.
nice
He's
to
still-
see you, dude.
Yeah, he's a trooper.
Yeah, Keith.
Keith in the house. Yes,
All
sir.
day, all night. If you're still here, there you go.
Yeah, right on.
All day, all night. All right, kids.
TV.
We will catch you guys next week right here, 10 p.m. Eastern, Halenville Live. Thanks for being here. We will see you next week.
Later.
Hey, Frosty.
Thank you.